World. Hailey Bieber is pregnant. That's the big story today. The model announced that she and her husband, Justin Bieber, are going to be parents on social media with a series of maternity photos. The couple got hitched back in 2018 after a 2-month engagement, and a rep for Hailey confirmed that the model is now a little over 6 months pregnant. When the baby finally comes, it may be a while before the general public catches a glimpse, however. She previously shared she intends on keeping her little tyke out of the limelight, but she also knows it's probably totally unavoidable considering how famous the both of them are.
They've been trying for a while.
So the pictures, there were photos that we had reported on a little while back. It was like last week of Justin with tears streaming down his eyes, and people were worried about his well-being, and now they're thinking that it was kind of a tease to this.
There we go.
Tears of joy. I looked at these maternity pictures. Come on.
Not for you?
No. I mean, it's just so...
Together in love.
Dude, they obviously, they put on special outfits. They have coordinators. They did it in a very specific spot. It was all...
I am Earth Mother.
I
am Earth Father.
But I mean, how much... Oh, is that their wedding photos, Nick?
I think it might be both. Maybe they're renewing vows or something.
Maybe
did they have to get married?
But they...
No.
Obviously, they hired a team to take these photos and stuff. Dude, stop it. Okay.
I will say she's a pretty good follow on Instagram or like TikTok. She makes some good videos.
Yeah,
they're
I'm all over that.
Yeah.
You sold me.
I couldn't pick her out of a crowd if I so I'll just watch it and I'm like, oh, this person's entertaining. Let me click on it. I'll watch a few more videos and then I'll realize who she is.
Okay,
so they're entertaining. She does a lot of trendy, like if there's mixing with other audio or just doing some kind of funny stunt or something like that.
Okay. Well, anyhow, they got a bun in the oven, so about 6 months in at this point. Prince Harry was back in London this week from an Invictus Games event, and while the royal family wasn't there to support him, the British public was.
We are not here to support you.
While
one should not determine that this is an act of support. It is not.
While attending the service at St. Paul's Cathedral to celebrate the 10th anniversary of his charity, the Duke of Sussex walked around and shook hands with fans in the crowd.
Hi, how are you?
And with a smile on his face, he was met with happy cheers, and people gave him flowers. His father, King Charles, previously said that he wouldn't be able to meet with Harry during the trip. He was hosting.
I'll be waiting in the lobby.
He was hosting his own event, the first Buckingham Palace garden party of the year.
Oh, what fun!
And
lots of plants, wonderful
carrots and whatnot.
Sprig of dill.
So
that's nice.
At the same time, they're out in the garden. They're enjoying the frolic. Yep. First, let's see.
Gandalf, it's great to be here.
But extended members of the Duke's family from his mother, Princess Diana's side, were there with him at the church. Andy Cohen has been cleared of allegations made against him by former Real Housewives Brandi Glanville and Leah McSweeney, who accused him of unsavory behavior. Investigators found claims of booze, drugs, and sexual harassment unsubstantiated.
So the allegations have been that he was sort of applying the participants in those shows with coke and stuff to get them primed for the cameras.
Yeah, so in February, McSweeney filed a lawsuit against Cohen, alleging that Cohen had used cocaine with employees, creating a culture of drug and alcohol abuse. Cohen's representatives denied these claims, calling them completely false. A month before that, Glanville also named Cohen in a letter citing a video where he allegedly appeared inebriated and boasted of intentions to sleep with another Bravo star.
Ooh.
Despite the accusations, Cohen received support from various quarters, including Lisa Vanderpump, the former Real Housewife who stars in and executive produces Vanderpump Rules. A Bravo spokesperson confirmed the completion of the outside investigation, saying that the allegations didn't hold up under scrutiny. So he's in the clear as far as that is concerned. I mentioned this yesterday in an interview with Piers Morgan, the real-life Martha from the Netflix series Baby Reindeer. Scottish lawyer Fiona Harvey says that she plans to sue Netflix. Fiona says the series is defamatory, called the whole thing a work of fiction, while Netflix has claimed that it is indeed a true story.
Sorry, I haven't seen any of this series, but I did watch a bit of the Piers Morgan interview, and you can only take what your first impression is. She seems a little unhinged.
Okay. All right.
She also hasn't seen it.
She hasn't seen it?
She hasn't seen it.
Ha!
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So in the show, which claims it's a true story, Martha is a stalker. That series creator Richard Gadd claims he had to deal with. Fiona hit back in her interview saying, I find it quite obscene. I find it horrifying, misogynistic. She also claimed that she didn't go to jail or send over 40,000 emails to Gadd as depicted in the show, among other claims. Does anybody need to give Marissa the Heimlich maneuver?
I think she's just having a little coughing fit.
Okay.
Yeah. Did she mention the Tiger King at all?
No mention of Tiger King in this. Netflix, meanwhile, has stood by Baby Reindeer as Fiona has hit out at the series. It continues to say the story is true and that it took, quote, every reasonable precaution in disguising the real-life identities of the people involved. Despite that, people on the internet were apparently able to figure out Martha was Fiona quickly after the show came out. And, so we'll see if that goes anywhere. But, yeah, you said she seemed a little...
She seemed a little weird. But again, that doesn't mean that she's not telling the truth.
All right.
What the hell do I know?
We'll find out. So, to the casual viewer, the Tom Brady roast was pretty brutal, but Tom was in on the joke, of course. But was he? One person who wasn't so sure was Brady's friend, David Beckham. Beckham went on Jimmy Kimmel Live where he said that while the whole thing was hilarious, he reached out to Tom personally to check in on him.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, he said, I know Tom quite well, and I must admit, I did fire him a message just to check if he was okay.
How you doing, bro?
Yeah. Apparently, he said he's more than okay, but yeah, it was hard to watch.
I'm okay, bro.
So,
well, why wasn't he there if they were such good friends?
Yeah, interesting. But Hasselhoff wasn't there either.
Oh.
You know who ended up, I think, becoming this roast did the most for Nikki Glazer's career.
Yeah.
Because she is the one cited by everyone as being the one who just killed it.
yeah.
Y'all killed it.
Jon Stewart must be getting comfortable working with Comedy Central again. The once-a-week host of The Daily Show will now do a weekly podcast in conjunction with the network, which is called The Weekly Show with Jon Stewart. That'll start next month. He had said, after much reflection, meditation, and prayer, I've decided to extend my work week to 2 days. He said, all hail Comedy Central. The podcast will be available on all major platforms and will focus on the most critical topics across current events, featuring a variety of guests, including newsmakers, authors, and celebrities. In other words, he's going to be doing what, he does. So in a pair of new movies based on the Lord of the Rings, they are in the works, with Peter Jackson, Fran Walsh, and Philippa Boyens returning to produce. And Andy Serkis, of course, who played Gollum in the original trilogy, is going to star in and direct the first film.
Preston, I'm sorry, I don't have my reverb.
That's okay. We'll take the voice anyway.
And my high-pass filter's not up to snuff.
So it's tentatively titled The Hunt for Gollum.
Are they actually going to hunt him?
I don't know about that.
Like a big game safari?
Maybe.
Leave me alone!
Circus.
What did I do to you?
Steve,
Kill him!
could you create reverb with this cup?
No.
he does not
All
want
right,
to.
I'm not a miracle worker.
Let's go back to the
Here,
early days
I'll
of
talk
radio.
into the bottom of this goat toy. No, it doesn't work.
No? Damn it.
Steve actually held a miniature goat up to his mouth.
Do we have a megaphone?
When he said that.
Something like this work.
No, the thing that Preston takes care of his lower back issues on. Why don't you give me some of his used toilet paper? I'll see if I can do that.
All right, hang on a second.
Casey pulled out my back roller to see if that would work.
So what's the point of this whole thing? The Lord of the Rings thing?
Money.
No, well, it's another couple of movies.
But I mean, what's it based on?
It's going to be well. This one's going to be called. It's all about Gollum.
The Hunt for Red Gollum.
It's about return. So
It's not based on Tolkien, I guess is what I'm asking.
No,
right?
it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he said, it said the based on the Lord of the Rings works, the Tolkien works. Yeah.
Well, so they can be based on it without it's not. For example, the Rings of Power was not based on the Silmarillion, which is a actual Tolkien piece. So it may simply, Nick, be taking place in the world based on those characters.
That's pretty much it. Yeah. Circus says he's excited about returning with the original team, calling them incomparable guardians of Middle Earth. He announced the project on social media by sharing a photo of himself in character, captioning it with Gollum's famous line, "We is back, precious." While details about the second film are still under...
That's his other famous phrase. Get her done. What? What did you say? That phrase rings familiar to
What's
me.
the Ohio Riz saying, Casey?
Skibbity Ohio Riz.
Skibbity Ohio? That's dog water, bro.
I snorted twice on that one.
Is that still being said, dog water, Casey?
I don't, dude. No. Well, maybe,
I don't know.
Thing?
but not like Skibbity Ohio Riz.
Yes.
Seamus was using that as a derogatory, a pejorative, right?
Yeah.
Yes, he didn't realize. I mean, I still don't know what it is either.
Oh, okay.
All right. So, Warner Brothers New Line say that they are committed to maintaining the standard set with the original trilogy, which garnered critical acclaim and received numerous awards, of course. So they're going to try to keep the tone the same and be respectful of the Tolkien world.
And milk whatever they can out of it. Yeah.
Listen,
Of course.
They turned The Hobbit into 3 movies.
No, I know.
And I'll say this. When I first saw those 3 movies, I was like, okay. They were so on the heels of the original trilogy, which I think we all regard as one of the greatest trilogies of all time.
Yeah.
So they pale by comparison. They're pretty decent movies.
They are. I don't disagree. I just think like the Rings of Power, Steve, to me seemed to be a stretch. I never get into
not
it.
good.
So it's just my own take on it.
I agree.
And it
Who
was-
needs rings of power when you have pinchers of power? You know what I'm saying? That's from, thank you.
From
She watched the
Goonies.
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 Oh, right.
Okay.
My bad.
Okay.
Child has a pair of chattering teeth.
Yes, it does.
He uses his grappling hooks. And we saw an octopus
And at what point did we see an octopus? Why?
in this director's cut.
Oh.
Yes, it was left out of the movie. It was dog water, man.
It was dog
This
water.
whole thing is dog water.
And by the way,
What?
Chunk just says, "Hey, Sloth, you're living with us." Doesn't check with his parents first.
well,
okay.
Sloth raped him, so.
Oh,
You know what? Sean Astin was in both.
That's right.
Good point. Thank you, Nick,
Yeah.
Thank you.
for giving us a reason.
yeah.
To go there.
Yeah. Okay. I have a couple other things. Bluey fans are loving life right now after recently fearing that their beloved animated series was coming to an end. Disney has announced that not only will the show be continuing, but there will be 20 new chapters in the animated series.
So is this hot on the heels of the success of this special episode that they did?
Yeah, and that people thought it was going to be the end of it.
Right.
Disney Junior and Disney Plus will roll out a collection of shorts that feature Bluey and his sister Bingo. The mini episodes
Any room for a wizard in that?
titled the Bluey Minisodes range from 1 to 3.
You could literally have dog water.
Are you looking for work?
Absolutely.
Okay. 1 and 3 minutes long and focus on the 2 siblings.
Get her done.
The minisodes.
No.
That's Gollum's
That's
line.
Oh, damn it.
The minisodes will premiere sometime in July. We'll find you a catchphrase.
Thank you very much.
At some point.
Isn't that special?
All right, 2 more quick things. Stuff that, Steve, I know you and I, and actually a bunch of us like these shows. Fallout is a huge success. It's a video game, and the Amazon Prime series is no different. The it racked up a whopping 2.9 billion minutes viewed in its first 5 days on the platform. And that, to give you some perspective, was over 1 billion minutes more than anything else that was watched on streaming the week of April 8th to the 14th. And according to Nielsen, it's also Amazon's most successful title to date, surpassing Reacher's best week by over 1 billion minutes.
I love it's been a while since I've had a show where I was that fanatical about watching the next episode. I actually bemoan the fact that they were all available in one shot because I went through them so quickly that now we have to wait till the next season.
So in the video game Fallout, which of those people is the avatar you play with? Or do you play with all of them?
There's a whole bunch
no
of
idea.
it's a very and I
is
posted
a dog an avatar that you can play with?
Well, there's a whole Casey. It is an open sandbox game,
Oh.
so you can play all sorts of different ways. It's all based on the foundation of this game, and my love-hate relationship with this game is the same with like Grand Theft Auto. It's too much. Like, you know, sometimes you go off and you're like, am I even doing anything here? Or, you get distracted.
But in Grand Theft Auto, you play as one guy the whole time, right? One character. But
I think you
in
can pick-
Fallout, what's the story there?
You pick a character that you play. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I remember when
I didn't play them all, though.
I remember when Carter was playing it, and I never played it myself, so I know the look of it, and that's why I'm familiar with some of this world. But
So on
it's
those
excellent
on those
this
basics,
show.
Preston. And you would know by seeing what Parker had played that they're doing a great job replicating the look of it.
Yeah.
All right, I have to ask. I watched the first episode. After the intimacy scene, it got a little too gory for me.
It's definitely gory.
It is gory.
The whole series
And
is
Marissa,
like that.
that's what
All right.
actually my wife tapped out. But I think if she
Okay.
were to jump back in, she would dig it.
Yeah.
All right, maybe I was like just by myself and I need to retry because it seemed really good, but there's just like a level of gore that I was like,
If you can hunker down and get past that, the show is excellent.
Okay.
All right, and then one last story before we move on to the movies opening this weekend. The critical and fan favorite FX series The Bear has offered up a brief glimpse of season 3 and a premiere date as well. The brief clip shows Jeremy Allen White walking into the kitchen, unwrapping his knives and tools before pausing and staring straight into the camera. Not really too much to go on, but it will be made clear when season 3 debuts on June 27th.
Taste this soup, chef.
Yeah.
He's joining the cast.
Gandalf is trying to get in on
Everything.
anything that he can right now. He's a working actor, and
Gandalf in the kitchen.
so there's a teaser clip if you'd
Made a miraculous donut. You should try.
if you would like to see it. So, all right, movies are opening this weekend. Let's talk about them. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes is a sci-fi action adventure film starring Wes Ball, Kevin Durand, and Freya Allen, taking place in the future following Caesar's reign, in which apes are the dominant species living harmoniously and humans have been reduced to living in the shadows. As a new tyrannical ape leader builds his empire, one young ape undertakes a harrowing journey that will cause him to question all that he has known about the past and to make choices that will define a future for apes and humans alike. 2 hours and 25 minutes long, rated PG-13, wide theater release, and Rotten Tomatoes scored 83%.
Very respectable.
Yeah, the trailer looks really, really good for
Kevin
it.
Durant is really good. He is, I love to see him getting all these roles now.
And then one other movie, Pool Man. It is a comedy and a mystery. It stars Chris Pine, Danny DeVito, and Annette Bening. Pool Man tells the story of Darren Brenneman, a native Angelino.
Yeah.
What is an Angelino?
Of Los Angeles, denizen, resident, native.
Who spent his days looking after the pool of the Tahitian Tiki apartment block and fighting to make his hometown a better place to live. And when he is tasked by a female fatale to uncover the truth behind a shady business deal, Darren enlists the help of friends to take on a corrupt politician and a greedy land developer. Hour and 40 minutes long. It's rated R, wide theater release, and a pretty low score on Rotten Tomatoes with a 21%.
Yeah, and Pine directed, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right, let's do the clips now. All right, is this the chi or the chai or the che? Anybody
Chai.
know? It's the chai.
Yeah, like Chicago.
Oh, that'd be the Shy.
The Shy.
So the Shy's mid-season premiere will introduce a handful, it's almost like the Shire, a handful
That's right.
of new characters, including Professor Gardner, played by Kadeem Hardison.
Yeah.
And here he talks about his character being grown-up version of Dwayne Wayne. Here we go.
By the end of A Different World, I was kind of teaching a little bit, and I really enjoyed that. My favorite time on the show, other than the romance and the goofiness in the beginning, was dealing with the kids, talking to the kids and relating to them. So now to kind of get a chance to do it again as a grown-up, as a full grown-up, is amazing.
Shut up, dummy.
The Shy airs tonight on Paramount Plus. Here's our next clip. Ncuti Gatwa is the 15th actor in 60 years to play Doctor Who. And in this clip, the Scottish actor remembers his earliest memory of that character.
My first memory of Doctor Who was a bunch of robot Santa Clauses causing mayhem. And I said, okay, this is a show that's going to change my life. And it did.
I don't give a
So his first name, Ncuti?
Yes.
Do you know how you spell that?
Chuti?
No, Ncuti.
Wow. Yeah, it's clearly silent.
Yeah, it's very interesting spelling. Doctor Who Series 14 debuts tonight at midnight on Disney Plus.
He was born in Rwanda, Preston.
Midnight.
Yeah,
And
Rwandan name.
two. And that is
Judy.
I have in the entertainment news for you this morning. Kevin Nealon is stopping by this week.
Yes, he is.
Pretty cool. He's going to be at Helium Comedy Club this weekend, so we'll spend a little time with him around 9 o'clock. Our good friend Don McCloskey and his backup singers, Sarah and Hannah, will be here this morning. They get a gig tomorrow night at Brooklyn Bowl, and they're going to do this little kind of fun thing with us later on. I've always wanted to have backup singers.
Yeah.
And this morning we will have backup singers.
Are we rolling early with the Connoisseur, I believe?
We're going to have to.
Yeah.
Because they're
we have
coming
stuff.
Unless we did the Connoisseur with them and let them be our backup singers for that segment, which I don't know.
We'll call it audible.
We'll figure it out. Well, you know what? We'll take a break and we'll discuss.
Yeah.
All right. And we'll come back in a moment on this Friday morning. Don't forget, Lenape High School, you're voting for coolest teacher. If you go to school there, text the word teacher, just the word teacher, to 39333, and we will send you a voting link. And your first chance at $1,000 is coming up. Today's the last day of Good Money, and we have an 8 a.m. opportunity for you to win $1,000. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
It just ain't gonna cut
Because
it.
the Lord needs them to spread the gospel.
We were blessed to have an airplane that it was a Vickers Viscount.
A Vickers Viscount.
And a man on our board of directors owned that airplane. And his financial situation had come to the place where, particularly after he got born again, and a lot I won't go into all that.
No, that's more. I won't go into all that. That's the religious part, and it bogs things down. By the way, if we're all not clear at this point, not dime one is making its way to anybody who's poor. I just want to be clear on that. And I know I can say that to you, God bless you all, everyone sitting here right now, and it won't matter. You'll still gladly open up your wallets and put that money in the collection plate.
All right, let me continue.
But that airplane had been parked for several years. Mm-hmm. And it was a 4-engine turboprop.
I mean, Jesus Christ, he sounds like
he's talking about
this. Sounds like you're at an air show. He's a preacher. He's a man of the Lord, ostensibly.
Mm-hmm.
Airliner. So this was back in the days when George first came along, and oh man, we had fun in that old airplane, didn't we?
Oh my God.
They had an older sort of navigation system on that. I know that many of you are going to remember that they didn't have the triple GPS coordination system that you find in the newer vehicles. Did I mention Jesus yet or anything?
This is a sermon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we
There's a particular fuel mixture that I'd like to talk about. And then, of course, why you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife.
Right. Yeah, this is in front of a group of his followers.
This is in church.
Yeah, well,
or whatever.
Televangelist.
Airplane hanger.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we put that thing back in service. We went through that airplane from head to from nose to tail, and they did X-rays of the fuselage and everything, looking for corrosion. And there was some. It wasn't all that bad, but there was the X-rays showed that there was some spots of corrosion.
Okay, and he's saying, okay, how can I
tie this back into what's my spiel?
Yeah.
Like the way your soul gets corroded.
Right.
Oh, good. Go with that.
Good.
Yeah.
All right, so he takes big long pauses. Here we go.
And so I was praying over it, and just
He's praying over the corrosion.
Corrosion.
in
Yeah,
his
I was
air.
praying over it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So instead of going out and earning money,
I decided to return my faith to its upright position. Because the Lord's beverage cart had been stowed. Because we were coming in for a landing.
and just as plain,
listen to this.
the Lord said to me,
Okay, so this is God talking directly to him.
No fumar.
He's talking directly to him. Yeah.
the Lord said to me, lay hands on it. I'll heal it. What?
Listen to the people talking. And he says, what?
What?
Even he doesn't buy it.
I never heard him. What? Well, he said, Kenneth.
You're an
He said,
idiot.
You're an idiot.
He said, Kenneth, you're an idiot. This is your thing. You're all about the freaking planes. Give it a try.
He said, corrosion comes from the curse.
Oh.
Self-pleasuring.
Yes.
And listen to the people going, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Comes from the curse.
Comes from the curse.
He said, I provided that airplane for you, didn't I? I said, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He said, lay hands on it. Okay.
Okay.
And I started.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, didn't he say that? All right, so this plane belonged to somebody else, and the Lord provided it for him at the.
Lord didn't have much use for the previous owner.
Yeah, the previous owner had
Previous
come in a
owner
hard
could have
time.
gone down in a ball of flames. The Lord would not have given a rat's ass.
And I started praying in the Spirit, and the more I prayed in the Spirit, the happier I got. And so I just went up, oh man, you talk about laying hands on that thing. I laid hands on it all over, and it's a big old airplane. It took a while to do it. You know?
I have to be honest with you, at a certain point, I put my pee-pee in a few holes. And it felt good. Because some of them have some of the rubber stoppers that feel like a woman's lady parts. It felt good. I mean, come on.
I know.
Who's sitting there? Who's sitting there listening to this?
A group of people.
And he has a very large following.
The answer is enough people.
Yeah.
To pay for that beautiful aircraft.
Not one listen, I don't know how big that crowd is. Not
Are
one,
you out of your mind?
right?
Laid hands on that thing, just laid hands on it all over, and praised God, and laid hands on that, and commanded that corrosion to leave in Jesus' name.
Seriously.
Then I crawled up and I kind of hunched my back and started gyrating like, who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
He's serious.
And I saw that corrosion disappear. Then I exploded. Come on.
They did more x-rays and came back. There was just one little old spot there. I said, Lord, what? No, he said, I want to remind you. I said, what are you reminding me of? He said, they could have said maybe the x-rays were wrong.
Said one, maybe the X-rays
Oh, my God.
are wrong.
If only you could see Steve's face right now. Come on.
I said, oh my man.
What?
X-rated.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this: take him out to an airport. Get a plane that has some sort of error, with something wrong with it, something that makes it really not safe for flight. Lay down on it, and would he lay down on it and pray and then get in that plane?
Well, God didn't tell him that. That would be the defense. God didn't tell me to heal this one, so I can't do it if He's not telling me to do it.
Oh my
God! What I mean? So that's there's a
fail-safe,
a built-in fail-safe.
So he laid hands on it again, and it's gone.
You're buying it, yeah. Even I don't believe it.
We need to loop that. Gwyneth Paltrow was spotted at Long Island's New York Center for Innovative Medicine, a center known for its holistic treatment of Lyme disease.
Was she wearing a lab coat?
The founder, I don't know if she's wearing a lab coat. The founder, Dr. Thomas Zulk, has been featured on her website, Goop, for his energy blanching procedures.
I read Zulk on Goop, and I like.
Oh, wait a minute!
What?
I said the wrong thing. Not energy blanching. Energy balancing. Blanching is lightly boiling
None
something.
of us would have noticed.
Listen, in the world of Goop, that makes complete sense. Now they can blanch your energy.
Yes.
Oh, that sounds good. I'll try that.
Yes. Can you also whiten my anus?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
We can whiten your anus.
Here's the app for that.
Too.
I'm blanching both my anus and my energy.
God. Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. The teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students. By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over and over and over and over again.
A la Bart Simpson.
Because he called her ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, and she didn't like it, and so he had to write the word ma'am numerous times. His teacher asked him to write it. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then...
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worry that maybe it had interfered with some of school, the schoolwork.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something... she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford dictionaries. There's some people that hate being called ma'am, and
I hate it.
My wife uses ma'am as a sign of respect when she's on the phone with someone asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
It is
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. We have decided in our little meeting that we had off air that we will now do the Connoisseur segment this morning, and we will get you some good prizes.
It's time for the Connoisseur.
Yeah.
That effect works.
What's that now?
That effect works.
It works.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got lots of stuff to give away. We'll do the movie clips and all that stuff and see if we can identify them. But
by the way, need to remind you that this was the segment that Chuck D'Amico used to loathe and now routinely says it's his absolute favorite.
It is now his favorite. All right, we're going to start with this Mother's Day deal. KFC and Chrissy Teigen have collaborated to provide family meal deals for the week of Mother's Day through Sunday. And Chrissy Teigen had agreed to be involved because she is a KFC fan.
Oh, man, you joined the club.
And said, I've been obsessed with KFC forever, so I'm basically drooling in anticipation of my husband ordering a Mother's Day feast. And as much as I love cooking, I'm all about doing as little as humanly possible on Mother's Day. So KFC Mother's Day meals really match my vibe for the day.
My wife worked at a place for years. She worked at one of these legendary family restaurants where literally for Christmas or Thanksgiving or whatever. And so the days that you would imagine, they'd be packed would be obviously Thanksgiving and so forth.
Right.
She says, hands down, the most active day was Mother's Day because, Mom is not cooking.
Yeah, there are 15 different meals available according to KFC's press release.
Any of them have anything approximating a green vegetable?
No, I don't think so. Here's just 4 of them. The Taste of Time Off meal. It's for the mom who needs some alone time and leftovers, and features 4 pieces of hand-breaded crispy fried chicken, 2 sides of mashed potatoes and gravy, and 2 extra buttery biscuits. There's the Mom Appreciation Meal that has 8 extra crispy fried chicken tenders, 2 large sides of your choice, and 4 extra buttery biscuits and 4 dipping sauces.
Sorry, I know I've asked this, but I'll ask again. Extra crispy or original?
I like the original recipe.
Yeah, me too.
8 pieces, 8-piece quiet. It's called the 8-piece and quiet meal. For mom who wants to take it easy on Mother's Day, and it's got KFC world famous chicken, 2 large sides and 4 extra buttery biscuits, and then Dad's in charge of dinner meal, 12-piece fried chicken bucket meal with KFC recipe of your choice, 3 large sides and 6 extra buttery biscuits.
Bucket of food. Oh, yeah. When you have a bucket of food you like, it's the best.
Bucket of chicken.
Put that in a bucket.
I didn't. I was. I'm not the biggest. And
fried chicken fan?
Fried chicken fan.
Okay.
But I will say that. Acme on Mondays, they have cheap chicken Mondays.
Yeah,
you get so much fried chicken for so little money.
It's always gone by the time I get in there.
And it's really good. What I like about the Acme fried chicken is it doesn't leave a greasy film in my mouth like KFC does, and it's not a knock on.
No, it's a compliment.
It's a compliment. It's
Thanks.
fried.
I love your greasy film.
Now with greasy film.
Your buddy Joe Keery from Stranger Things, who plays Steve, he had this line just cracked me up. He's having dinner with this mom and dad, and then there's an awkward pause in the conversation. And they're eating KFC.
Okay.
And there's a pause, and he just stops and he just goes, "It's finger licking good." And it just cracked me the hell up. KFC's got this special deal for Mother's Day. Are you guys doing any? Well, Steve, you aren't.
No, I am. Yeah.
Are you guys going to go to a restaurant?
We are.
Okay.
My mom made the reservations, so we know it'll be a place where she likes, and it's a place we've been before. But I'm psyched to do it. It's nice, and treat her. I got her some flowers yesterday. By the way, is that okay? Flowers on Thursday for a Sunday give?
Sure.
All right.
Sure.
I think so.
Sure.
Especially because the deliveries are going to be crazy on
that's
Saturday
what I
and
thought.
Sunday, so
I didn't want to get shut out.
Yeah, my mother-in-law got her flowers yesterday.
All right.
And they came in a Stanley mug. So.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, she was
cute.
really. Yeah, and so the mug itself was great, but the flowers.
I also bought Casey. I bought the cards yesterday. I made sure to get a card for Ben because I know that he would forget to get one for his mother. So I think I'm fairly set for Sunday. You guys?
We go to one of our family restaurants. We have like 4 or 5 of them. It's called Sorrento's on Ridge Avenue. And I heard they're for sale. So this might be one of the last times we're there.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Okay. Michelle wants sushi, so we're going to do.
That's great.
We're going to do that. That'll be nice. Yes. So. Enjoy your Mother's Day feast, and if it's KFC, then good on you.
Yeah.
Yes,
nice
wise
and
choice.
and yummy. All right, we have our first food clip. We need you to identify the movie. Do we have those ready to go, guys?
What, the movies? The food clips?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, here we
Ready to
go.
rock.
Let's see if we can identify what movie this is from.
You don't eat mixed nuts at a bar. Everybody knows that.
What are you talking about?
Let's say, conservatively, I don't know, 17 people eat these nuts on a given night, okay? If they've been here for even 2 weeks, we're talking about 238 people who've dipped their dirty hands into that bowl.
Why are their hands dirty?
On average, only 1 out of every 6 people wash their hands when they go to the bathroom. Yeah, so when you think you're innocently eating a little bar snack, you're actually ingesting potentially deadly bacteria from about 39 soil-handed strangers.
All right, 215-263 WMMR is the number. If you know what movie that's from, call now. Order up.
Order up. Oh, my God, I'm on the wrong page. Here we go.
Thank you. I have another Mother's Day. This is the only other Mother's Day special I'm going to pass along. This is kind of cute. The Mother's Day P.F. Chang's is celebrating, or this Mother's Day, by offering a unique fortune cookie flower bouquet, which includes 12 colorful fortune cookies with heartfelt and humorous messages inside.
Am I weird I really do like the taste of a fortune cookie.
Yeah,
good ones. Yeah, good ones.
Some of the cheaper ones, cheaper restaurants have a really almost bitter taste to them.
I know what you're talking
I think
about.
all around
But
overrated.
P.F. Chang's fortune cookies, I think, are great.
I have to try them out.
I think they're good.
Yeah.
It's a simple. It's like a Nilla wafer. You know, it's fairly. You know what you're going to get.
Fortune cookies with Chinese tea.
Yeah,
awesome.
Okay.
Little treat.
So priced at $39.99, the bouquet is available for a limited time and can be purchased at pfcfortunes.com. Plus, the Asian Fusion restaurant is providing special deals around the holiday, including $5 drink specials on select days and a buy one, get one entree offer for dining mothers from May 10th through the 12th.
I have to imagine that there's not these days, especially like with your pickle bouquet and everything, Preston. I have to imagine that most foods are covered by some sort of bouquet.
I would hope so.
Purchasable bouquet, right?
Yeah. It's got to be like a sausage bouquet or something like that, right?
Come on.
You know,
Yeah.
Where are your
bratwurst,
sausages?
bratwurst and knockwurst and
There was a bacon.
Polish sausage.
Bacon bouquet
Yeah,
would be
bacon
awesome.
bouquet, jerky
Yeah.
bouquet.
Jerky,
You've heard of
yeah.
that. By the way, we bought for Parker's 21st birthday, we bought these offensive fortune cookies.
Yes.
And I mean,
like really
hardcore, horribly, like, sex with your mom.
Oh, really? Wow.
Offensive type
Where'd
of
you
stuff.
get those?
I found it online.
Yeah.
We were in hysterics because we could not believe how over the top it got. So if you do a search online for offensive fortune cookies, it's definitely worth it, but get yourself ready. All right, we will see if we can get a winner and find out what movie this is.
You don't
from.
eat mixed nuts at a bar. Everybody knows that.
What are you talking about?
Let's say, conservatively, 17 people eat these nuts on a given night, okay? If they've been here for even 2 weeks, we're talking about 238 people who've dipped their dirty hands into that bowl.
Why are their hands dirty?
On average, only 1 out of every 6 people wash their hands when they go to the bathroom. Yeah, so when you think you're innocently eating a little bar snack, you're actually ingesting potentially deadly bacteria from about 39 soil-handed strangers.
All right, we will go to Lana and see if we can get an answer. Lana, good morning to you.
Good morning.
All right, what movie is that from, please?
Along Came Polly.
Yeah, great movie. Along Came Polly is correct. Alana, we have a great prize for you here.
Yes, we have a pair of tickets as MMR rocks. Neil Young and Crazy Horse Love Earth Tour. That's going to be this Sunday at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. You can go to WMMR.com for another chance for you to win tickets. Can I add something to that clip about the Along Came Polly? Because it does have something to do with food. Because this happened to me before as well. If you have germ hang-ups that are your hang-ups, keep them to yourself, right? If I'm comfortable eating nuts out of a bowl at a bar that's community, that's fine for me. Because somebody did how you get those little candies that are at the
cash register,
the host stand or whatever,
right? Like a breath mint candies.
Yeah, I took one of those one time, and somebody told me basically what Ben Stiller did in that thing, and I'm like, okay, I guess I can't eat these anymore because it grosses you out.
Wait, is this someone close to you who said this?
It's somebody that I consider a friend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But I'm listening to him, and I'm like.
To be honest,
you're not eating it.
What are the odds that at this point in your life you haven't heard or at least considered the fact that there's a germ thing? And I would assume at this point that you've made the decision to go for it.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to harsh your buzz.
The intent, I get, Case. Like they're in theory looking out for you.
Yeah.
But
I know.
At this point, I just want the goddamn candy.
The only one you listen to, Nick, when they bring that up is Whitey Bulger.
That's it.
That's the only one.
Because he might fit in.
Just saying, for 15 straight minutes, I've been watching you.
Oh, no.
Putting your big fat fingers into your disgusting mouth, which is filled with God knows what kind of bacteria. And then you take the same big fat filthy fingers.
This is not the next clip, by the way.
Back into the bowl that is there for public consumption. What the are you thinking, John?
All right, let's go to the next clip and see if we can identify. Casey, move to the next clip, please.
I am. I'm trying to find which one I want to go to next.
All right, let's see if you know what this is.
How are you, kid? Look what you did. You just delivered your very first FedEx package. That deserves something special, like a Snickers bar and a CD player. And something to listen to, a CD. There, Elvis Presley. 50 million fans, can't be wrong.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. What movie's that from? Order up! Mother effer! The Fresh Del Monte Fruit Company has developed a rare hybrid pineapple. It is called the Ruby Glow. And it features a reddish pink exterior. It comes individually packaged in an intricate origami style box. But here's what makes it not so sweet. It sells for $400.
Okay, so I don't know if I missed it at the beginning. So is the taste affected at all?
It does not say that. No, it's just rare. So the price is justified by the fact that only a few thousand Ruby Glow pineapples are slated for production over the next 2 years, since each fruit requires a specialized growing process from limited seeds and takes about 2 years to fully mature. I don't know anything about the flavor of it, Steve.
I love pineapple.
I do too.
I don't give a rat's ass about the color.
A pineapple's great already. I can't imagine it being improved by leaps and bounds.
Get a can of spray paint.
So I guess it's listen, you pay $400. This is not something that you can keep and admire. This is something that needs to be eaten or it's going to rot and go bad.
It's not like a bacon bouquet.
But it is the latest Frankenfruit that now joins the ranks of the mini Honeyglow personalized size pineapple. I remember those. These were these smaller pineapples that were still sweet and ripe and everything. Because if you get a tiny one that's picked before it ripens, before it's ready, it's not going to be worth eating. And then they have the world's first pink pineapple, the Pink Glow as well. So I guess, hybrid and Frankenfruiting these pineapples is all the rage.
Well, they also do I remember they came out with the cubed watermelon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They grow them. They put them in a specific container and grow them that way.
And it's pretty wild that they have a watermelon, but they don't have an earth melon, a fire melon, or a water. They have a watermelon.
Windmelon.
A windmelon.
An air melon.
Yeah, they could call them the Elemelons. That's not a dad joke.
I
saw that meme too yesterday.
You did.
Do you guys know
It was a meme?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like on Instagram, he has the words. You stop and read it.
It's got the
meme.
words.
Yeah, I know what a meme is.
Oh, I'm sorry. The look on your face.
No, I know what a meme is. I'm like, that is a meme.
That is a meme.
Okay.
It's a dad joke memes.
It's the internet. It's a way for people to share information.
Do you guys know you only get one pineapple per plant?
Per plant, yeah.
I learned
Same
that
thing
recently.
with corn.
Those huge plants.
There's usually just one ear of corn per
Do you know that one redwood
stalk.
tree generates 1 pea?
1 pea? I had no,
That's
those
why
things, and those things are huge.
They're huge, and they generate 1 tiny pea.
Okay. So we will see if we can get
Whales can't sing.
winner for this clip. What movie is this from?
How are you, kid? Look what you did. You just delivered your very first FedEx package. That deserves something special, like a Snickers bar and a CD player. And something to listen to, a CD. There, Elvis Presley. 50 million fans, can't be wrong.
All right, we'll see if we can get an answer. We'll go to Kevin. Hi, Kevin. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Gadzooks, buddy. What movie is that from?
Toy Story.
No.
Oh, good guess.
No, you got the voice.
Yeah.
But not the movie. We'll go to Megan. Hey, Megan, morning.
Good morning.
All right, Megan, what movie is that from, please?
Castaway.
Castaway. Correct. And Casey's got a prize for you.
Yes, we do. We have for you a pair of tickets as MMR rocks David Cross, the end of the beginning of the end tour. And that's featuring special guest Sean Patton. And that's going to be Tuesday, November 12th at the Keswick Theater. And tickets will go on sale for that show today via AXS.com. Or you can go to WMMR.com for another chance to win tickets.
All right. We'll play another clip, see if you know what movie this one is from.
Not supposed to be here.
God, what is this?
I guess I could sure use some cupcakes or some peanut butter. Comes about now. Yeah. You know what that's about?
215-263 WMMR. Call if you know. Order up. Baguettes are a notable component of France's culinary scene.
What were we just talking about? Or were we talking about croissants? I'm sorry.
No. We were talking about baguettes because they had the baguette championships in France, and they had a winner. Well, now French bakers have taken the record for the longest baguette. They have made it. The longest baguette ever made. 461 feet long.
So here's the question that has to be asked. Is it a completely contiguous intact baguette or is it a piecemeal baguette?
I think it was, which is, how do you bake something like that?
Unless it's got to like go through, you know how like they cook pizzas at like Domino's or, you know.
Like a conveyor belt.
It's a conveyor belt oven, maybe something like that.
That is a conceivable method.
It trumps the previous Italian record of 400. It's 461 feet long. The previous record out of Italy was 435 feet and 1 inch. That held for about 5 years. And the lengthy loaf was made in public this past Sunday during the, I'm not even going to try to pronounce this, the Sorznez Baguette Show at the Terrasse de Foucherie Observation Deck.
Ooh la la. I feel like I'm in Nice right now.
Right.
All right, so Steve, I'm watching video of it. It is continuous. They baked it in one of those like ovens where they, like a conveyor belt oven.
Yeah, we were just saying, no problem. That would be a good method to do it. But you would have, obviously, parts of it baked ahead of the rest of it, but you'd be able to keep it intact that way, Yep.
Sorry, I got really excited watching
no problem.
on TV.
So how do they cook it, though, is what I want to know.
They use, apparently, some sort of conveyor belt.
Right. So a Guinness World Record judge was there to approve the record. A team of 18 bakers began preparing the dough at 3 a.m. local time before supervising the baking process from 5 a.m. And
fresh baked baguettes, man.
Yum.
You know what I'm saying, bro.
I took a baking class one time, Steve, just for fun, and it was me and Ben and Andrea, and one of the things that we made was baguette. And man, it was awesome. I don't know if it was any better than any other bread I've ever had.
Don't you bust out laughing when people try to say, well, you know, you're filling up on bread. Exactly.
Yes, I am.
Because I love it.
And Steve, it came out of the oven, and it was
oh my God,
piping hot. And then they gave us like fresh salted butter to put. It was a really awesome experience.
Nick, when you make it yourself and it does turn out decent, it tastes better.
It really does.
It really does.
And salted butter.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
There was.
Come on. When I make it myself and it tastes good, I am super surprised. I'm like, I can't believe this actually turned out pretty good. You know, because when I cook at home, it doesn't happen very often. I take that first bite, I'm like, I don't know. Press.
Then you're either pleasantly surprised or terrified.
It is satisfying. Press, are you pretty confident in your cooking skills so that when something is coming out of the oven, you're like, this is going to taste good?
Yeah. After the bread was baked, part of the baguette was cut up, spread with Nutella, and shared with the public. Another part was given to local youth association.
Here, youth.
So that it could be distributed to the homeless that evening.
Nutella, surprisingly high in calories. I thought hazelnut. I thought, okay, this is probably going to be good
so
for you.
Sweet.
Anything sweet.
It's wonderful. And I'm like, oh my God, it's like 10 times worse than, like, you might as well just have candy.
Yeah. Dominique Anroc, president of the French National Confederation of Boulangers.
Can you smell what Anroc is cooking?
And patisserie. I'll just, accentuate the accent to make it sound like I know what I'm saying. Said in the release that it required some 10 hours of work, adding a record for the longest handmade baguette requires true collective sportsmanship. And in this year of the Olympic Games, bravo to all of our artisan bakers, he said.
I'm very reassured then that they did the whole contiguous thing, because that always pisses me off when they say this is the longest this or the biggest. No.
Longest cheesesteak. No, it's 50 cheesesteaks lined up next to each other.
So shut up.
Yeah. All right, so let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Not supposed to be here.
God, what is this?
I guess I could sure use some cupcakes or some peanut butter cups about now. Yeah! You know what that's about?
All right, let's go to Dave. Hi, Dave.
All I did was get out of the shower.
Yes! I love it. All right, Dave, what movie is that from, bud?
Greatest movie ever, Black Sheep.
Black Sheep is correct. Yep, hang on a second. Here's what we have for you, sir.
Dave, you won tickets to see David Cross, the end of the beginning of the end tour, featuring special guest Sean Patton, Tuesday, November 12th at Keswick Theater. Tickets go on sale for that show today via AXS.com, or you can go to WMMR.com for another chance to win tickets.
All right, we got a new clip lined up. Let's see if you know what movie this is from.
This is very excellent. I never knew pizza was so good when it was hot.
All right. 215-263 WMMR. Call if you know the answer. Order up. All right, we're going to go with another record breaker. It is El Rio Grande Latin Market, a premier Latin grocery store in the Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas area. They broke the Guinness World Record for the largest fruit display ever, transforming the space into an impressive avocado wonderland. The market hosted a 3-day event filled with mariachi bands, DJs, giveaways, school performances, food tastings, and an avocado-themed cake bake-off competition. Over 260,000 avocados currently make up the gargantuan display and will be distributed to all of the company's stores across North Texas and sold for $5 for $1. So I guess they already did this because those things kind of ripen pretty quickly.
I would imagine, yeah.
As Gladys Marquez, the head of marketing for the El Rio Grande Latin Market, said, throughout this campaign, we are doing more than breaking records. We are supporting our local economy and strengthening our community. When I go to the grocery store, I told you guys a couple days ago that Shell and I kind of split up our duties. We shop together. We do it, we buy for the week, and I get the produce section.
Right.
I love the produce section of grocery stores. I love them. I love the colors. I love to think about what you can make with all this stuff. And if you go to a good store, it's got a nice variety. Sometimes there's things that you don't see in other stores.
People ever come over to you because they sense your expertise and ask your opinion on an avocado or a melon?
No, I don't think so.
Because you're so passionate about it?
But I like all the varieties of apples. I just like the way that, sometimes they take great care in how they put the bananas out and stuff like that. I think it looks cool.
All right, so I want to ask you, as a produce aficionado, where would I find, because I was going to try, I made something earlier this week that turned out pretty good, and I was going to chop up some water chestnuts because I like water chestnuts, but I've never actually purchased water chestnuts.
You get them in the Asian aisle.
Okay, so they come in a can? Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Do you ever go to Produce Junction?
No. You know what? We had one, I may have been in one years ago.
There's one not too far from here, right off of City Avenue, like on the other side of St. Joe's campus. It's in Philly, but I go there from time to time, and there's two reasons why I like going. It's all fresh, and it's incredibly inexpensive. Like you go, and there's one in Phoenixville too.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
Is that one's still there?
It is. Yeah.
It's not like it is like a stand.
It's just
in
But
presentation.
it's nicer and bigger.
There's a lot, and they literally get it off it's kind of like rejected fruit that comes in through the port in Philadelphia. They ship them to all the.
A rat was eating this.
Well, no,
I know what you're saying. It's just
high quality
excess.
stuff.
Yeah,
and also it's a good spot to go for flowers for Mother's Day and stuff. So highly recommend, Preston. I think you'd enjoy it.
Okay. Yep. I will definitely have to eventually. It's just kind of a little bit out of my way. But
Yeah.
I would like to.
You have to have another reason to be in that area, but once you're there, you enjoy it.
Yep. All right. We'll see if anybody knows what movie this clip is from. Here we go.
This is very excellent. I never knew pizza was so good when it was hot.
All right. We'll see if Tracy knows the answer to this. Hi, Tracy. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you at work.
That's all right, Tracy. We want to know what movie that's from.
Curly Sue.
Curly Sue is correct. Yes. And she's licking her fingers at the beginning.
Right.
She's getting all the pizzas off of there. All right, Case, what do we have for Tracy?
All right, Tracy, you have our last pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Neil Young and Crazy Horse Love Earth Tour this Sunday, May 12th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster, or you can go to WMMR.com for another chance to win tickets.
All right, we'll play another food clip. See if you know what movie this is from. Here we go.
What is this?
A weed rat. Rotisserie style.
No kidding. Well, this is delicious.
Well, they're also great in stews. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I make a mean weed rat stew.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. If you know the answer, make sure that you call us right now. All right, order up. Here's our next food story for the Connoisseur today. For decades, tourists to Hawaii have brought home gift boxes of the island's famous chocolate-covered macadamia nuts for friends and family. But these days, many of the kernels in the package might not be Hawaiian grown.
What?
This little-known fact is surfacing at the state legislature as lawmakers wrestle over legislation that would force macadamia nut producers of iconic brands like Moana Loa to disclose whether their products contain nuts from outside the islands.
So are we talking about not authentic Hawaiian macadamia nuts, or are we talking other nuts entirely?
No, not authentic.
All right.
From
I
Hawaii.
would have a seizure.
Growers want the measure to protect their crops and farms, while commercial nut brands say what Hawaii needs is more capacity to process macadamia nuts locally.
So they've essentially busted this nut ring.
Yeah, there you go. It's the latest tussle over labels for agricultural products from a specific geographic area, a topic familiar to Hawaii due to long-running disputes over Kona coffee. It echoes similar challenges faced by maple syrup producers in Vermont and distillers in Champaign, which have had to fend off sparkling wine producers from other places trying to appropriate the French region's name.
Bust a nut, bust a nut.
So foreign nuts are being marketed cleverly as Hawaiian, according to Jeffrey Clark, Chief Operating Officer of a trust that owns Hamaakua Macadamia Nut Company. It is not clear to consumers what is Hawaii grown and what is foreign grown.
I was eating macadamia nuts this week, as a matter of fact. I bought, what do you call this? But I don't know where they were from. You assume I'm eating this
were you living a
Hawaiian
lie?
dish. I don't know.
I love them, and I love them in the chocolate.
Yeah. These were just plain, like, mixed nuts or whatever, which I prefer my macadamia nuts covered in chocolate, but
Okay, yes.
they were fine.
Yeah.
The consistency is a little bit different.
So the stakes are high for Hawaii's 600-plus macadamia nut farmers, many of whom have small operations. They produce about 62.7 million in nuts in 2021, just ahead of coffee in value and second only to seed farms that research genetically engineered corn. But so it's important to the buyers that people know this.
You want to maintain the integrity of the product.
But here's the deal. Macadamia nut trees are native to Australia.
What? Whoa.
And introduced to Hawaii in 1881 by a Scotsman who managed a Big Island sugar mill.
So a Scotsman took the nut from Australia.
Yep.
And it was on a sugar mill, and now we associate it with Hawaii?
That's correct.
What
Isn't that
in
like
the mother F?
That's a similar path to AC/DC, isn't it? From Scotland to Australia.
Yeah.
All right.
Even think about that.
Yeah.
And by the way, I think pineapples and sugarcane, those things are not original to Hawaii either. They were brought there.
They just grow well there.
Yeah, they grow very well there. The climate is perfect for them. So the first major attempt at commercial planting dates in 1948. Chocolate-covered macadamia nuts took over the following decade. In the 1970s and 80s, Hawaii harvested more than 10 times the amount of the next four major producers combined. But today, Australia, South Africa, China, and Kenya all grow more macadamia nuts than Hawaii does. Yeah.
Reeling. I'm reeling.
Tweaking your melon.
Tweaking my melon.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer. What movie is this from?
What is this?
A weed rat. Rotisserie style.
No kidding. Well, this is delicious.
Well, they're also great in stews. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I make a mean weed rat stew.
All right, we'll go to Mike, see if we can get an answer.
Hi, Mike.
Yo, Mike, morning, bud.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, Mike, the movie, please.
Shrek.
That's correct, yes. Hang on, Mike, you're a winner, bud.
All right, Mike, you have a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks David Cross, the end of the beginning of the end tour featuring special guest Sean Patton. It's going to be Tuesday, November 12th at Keswick Theater. Tickets go on sale today via AXS.com, and you can go to WMMR.com for another chance to win tickets. Preston, this next movie clip is a tough one.
I was going to say we probably don't have time to do it, Case.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's even better.
Because we got to do Good Money It.
Yes. We do.
And this is our last day for that, so we got to make sure we stay on time. But that's all we have time for. Connoisseur Gang, thank you for joining. We do appreciate it.
And the Connoisseur.
And we will do it again next Friday, guarantee. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. And sure enough, your chance to win $1,000 right around the corner with Good Money It a little bit later on. Kevin Nealon.
Yes.
And other guests stopping by. We'll tell you about them too. We'll be back in a moment. Stay put.
start to go south, you're going to find it is a term. It is a respectful way to refer to people.
Yeah.
I would it's a weird thing, and I know, Preston, you're right. Ma'am to set someone off.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've always known it as a respectful way to refer to someone.
Maybe she's younger and she doesn't want to feel old.
Yeah,
or
that's
something like
that's
that.
how I see it. I see it as an older woman. So when somebody, I remember the first time somebody, he was a kid, probably a high school kid, called me ma'am, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't tell him don't call me that, but it made me feel old.
It's not.
Did he just say ma'am?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Well, I never.
Was it the word that set the teacher off, or was it the fact that the kid was repeating it over and over?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be the initial thing graded on her because she asked him to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But if he's used to saying it as a sign of respect to, you know, like somebody in an authoritative manner, like then you just got to get that flag out of your butt and get over it, right, Press?
I would think so. Yeah, get the flag out of your butt.
Yeah.
Did I say that one day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hiking around the area, you know, maybe on Friday, said hello to this young feller, probably 13 or 14. How are you? How's it going? Very well, sir. I'm like, yeah.
It's a title. It's a title.
We're not this kid walking along. You know, that you come with me. I want to show other people what you just did because it was so good.
It's a title you've earned.
I earned it.
Hey, here's a text that says, women should know better than to call other women ma'am. I joke that they're traitors. And then she writes, it's well known that most women don't like it. What do you mean? How do you know that?
Because that extensive survey she took.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe amongst a handful of your friends or something. But what do you mean most women?
Yeah, but I would agree with that.
But how do you know most women?
Because anybody, I mean, just anyone that I know, it's not like I took a survey, but anyone I know would agree.
Then it's got to be everyone.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing, too. I think it's, no, but I do, like you said, it's regional. Do you know what I mean? It's
I can see that.
In the South, yes, they do that. They're here, not as much.
But I've born and bred at, you know, Northeast, and ma'am to me was always a sign of respect. And I would say ma'am.
Or maybe is it an older thing? Like it,
I don't know.
Like I don't know. I just.
You keep going back to old.
No, the standard thing would be pretty good, ma'am. Wouldst thou takest me?
But here's the deal. I think it's all about intent. And if you hear someone saying it clearly as a sign of respect, you should understand that they're just being polite.
Yes, of course. I'm not going to get mad at them, but it doesn't make me like it. It's still,
right.
I still think it's.
I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
One gosh darn bit. I'm looking at my activities list.
Oh, God.
No, I listen, and if it rings to your ear and you don't like it, you can simply say, "Oh, it's okay. You don't have to call me ma'am, or I'll punch you in the throat."
Yeah.
I would never read it as an insulting thing. That's a way to respect.
It's your own fault for being old. Jesus Christ.
No,
What's with you and that aging thing?
It's not insulting. It's just we just don't like it.
And that's fine. But all right, it's your personal
I don't
preference.
think somebody saying it to me is insulting me.
All right, but what
But
do you
I just
want
don't
your
like
server?
it.
What do you want your waiter or waitress to call you when they go up
Sugar
to your
teas.
table? Yeah.
Young lady, maybe?
I'm lady.
Oh my God, she has to see my ID.
Now we're living in a fantasy.
Now you're getting into pandering territory.
I haven't been underage for 38 years.
Wait, let me tell you something that happened on Saturday. I have to tell you this. So I went out for Preston. I went out for my birthday, and we went into the bar, and they were carding everyone as we were walking in. And me, I was with Elisa. You know, we're both 40, and she goes, "Oh, let's see if we get carded." So we walk up to him, and we stand there, and he goes, "Hi." And so we were like, "Do you want to see your ID?" He goes, "Sure, if you want to hand it to me."
See, he did. There is a crap job available in San Francisco that's a complete waste, but it pays up to $185,000 a year for those who are interested. The city where Tony Bennett left his heart has an enormous feces problem.
There's a lot of poop there.
That has gotten so bad.
A lot of people are taking poops on the street.
Officials decided to create a poop patrol to clean up the streets.
To clean up the poop and the turds that are on the street that I love so dearly. I took a poop in San Francisco. Sing along if you know.
The 5-member team now.
I couldn't control it.
Walk up and down San Francisco.
Started with the shart and then I left my heart.
There it is.
In San Francisco.
Left my shart.
I took a shart. Then left my heart in San Francisco.
So they are now cleaning up human feces, and we're assuming other feces as well.
And vomit.
Animal feces,
Yeah.
vomit.
And piss.
Yeah.
Can't forget piss. Piss, vomit, poop, it's all there on the streets of San Fran.
Thank you.
Where they got trolley cars and rice-a-roni.
Thank you, Tony Bennett, for...
poop.
Camel cars and rice-a-roni.
I miss that city.
Chinatown.
Chinatown.
Yeah,
Poop-covered streets, piss everywhere, vagrants wandering around. It's wonderful. It's like Night of the Living Dead with hills.
The wharf is just covered in
Absolutely.
poop. Yeah, it's just beautiful. In case you've ever wondered whether Marilyn Manson was truly as evil as he makes himself out to be, there may be proof now. He said they can't find something illegal about what I say or do in my music. They just disagree with it morally because of their belief systems.
That's nonsense. I'm on the Satanic Church myself. And I'm about cleaning the poop off the streets of San Francisco.
That's right. Look at that.
Get off the guy's back.
You're not such a bad guy.
I'm a good guy.
Yeah, so he said, so they have to...
Just because I believe in the power of the Lord Satan doesn't mean you should think I'm evil.
I mean, after all, you're cleaning up poop.
Remember what the Joker said to Batman? They're both sides of different coins or something like that. I didn't stay really that long. I left once I ran out of snow caps.
He bought the ticket, though.
He bought the jumbo box,
Yeah,
too.
it was there.
I go through them a lot. I love those things.
This is so weird. Just thinking about that. What would lead Tony Bennett to
I'm
comment
in the Church of Satan, too.
Marilyn Man. And poop and snow caps and Batman and the Joker.
Makes sense.
He's currently on tour with Rob Zombie with the Trek wrapping
I'm
up
also a Nazi.
this week. I want to see what you think of this, Kathy. Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen, Queer Eye's Tan France, and trans model Andreja Pajic are sporting some eye-catching new accessories. It's all in the name of Simon Huck's conceptual art experience called A Human, and it's already roiling social media. So Kim has a glowing necklace, and it looks like it's implanted in her skin.
But Preston, okay, and I wanted to ask you about this. It's clearly not an implant.
Right.
It is a flesh-colored thing made to look like an implant.
And it lights up, Kathy.
That freaks me out.
But you've got to
it gets worse.
Marissa, see if you can find, she's on social media, and there's a comment. She says, It's glowing
lights up
to
like
my
my heart.
heartbeat. And just her, and she looks like an android, dude.
To begin with.
I know, it's so...
Preston.
It's such a shame.
She's got the lips like...
Yes, yeah, full on constructed duck lips, so she doesn't have to make the
She doesn't
pout
have to do duck
anymore. It
lips.
does it automatically.
Close to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this. And I'm like, who finds that? It's dysmorphia. We're looking at video. Look at this, Kathy. It lights up, and it looks like it's under your skin.
Yeah, that's kind of...
It's kind of wild.
Well, there's a couple of different ones, Preston. So Chrissy Teigen had one. There was a disgusting one that I think it might have been the trans model had, where it looks like almost like mushrooms growing out of their neck.
Oh,
yeah.
This is just somebody who has a lot of money, so is going to pay them to do this. This isn't going to be a fashion trend.
But you can't.
I think it'd be too expensive.
And
Yeah,
exactly,
no, it's not.
How would you pay to get this put on? It's got to be a fairly
And if
elaborate
it is,
process.
it's going to be so quick.
Well, now I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys.
Here's our fashionista.
Well, I mean, for the people who don't have that kind of money to spend on a glow necklace, okay, and that's all that is just a stupid glow necklace. What if it was like some sort of like thing that you could insert glow necklaces into, Kathy? Right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
So you know what a glow necklace is, obviously,
The
right?
things
Like
you crack?
yeah, the glow bracelets.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a vessel that was like decorative that you could insert the glow
And make
necklace?
it different colors?
Well,
I see what you're saying.
The
Not-
pitch here, though, is that it looks flesh-colored. It looks like you have altered your skin.
You're saying not looking like it's implanted.
not like but accessorizing your glow necklace.
Like what Twiggy wore in Buck Rogers.
Here's the audio of her showing it off. Here we go.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God! Shut up!
Oh, no,
My necklace glows like a heartbeat.
Wait.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
My heartbeat. Wait, Steve, what are you putting in your mouth?
Something to puff. Give me something to puff out my lips.
Give him something. Wait, you need here, hold on. I have something.
Do you have cotton or something?
Tiny flashlight.
Steve was trying to put a flashlight in his mouth. Not a flashlight, a flashlight.
Yeah, we do have those.
Stick a flashlight in your mouth.
Try that case.
Try this.
What do you have? Yeah, okay.
Close to the rhythm of
Wait,
my
this is
heart.
too big. What do you think I am, a 2C warrior here? What'd you give him?
Do you think somebody told her to say that, or is that all on
Well,
her
I'm sure
own?
she's getting paid for
Well,
it.
I know, but like where they like say it's,
Sure.
it's to your heart.
Close to the rhythm.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
You look like Bill Murray in where the giant plant when he goes to the dentist. Little Shop of Horrors. You look like
Little Shop of It glows to the beat of my heartbeat. It's right under my neck and it glows and it pumps to the heart of my heart. Glow, turn on my heart light.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God!
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, this person Simon Huck is a conceptual artist, so it's.
I'm a conceptual artist. And I want your neck to glow.
Stop it. Okay. So they don't see that outside the bubble.
All right,
the
so
rest of the world is like, what are you doing?
I'm looking at one. Nick pulled this up. It looks like she has feathers growing out of her chest.
Yeah,
Yes.
Steve, this is Chrissy Teigen.
Okay, so
Yeah,
Nick, do you have the other ones as well?
Kind of cool.
This is no.
That's cool.
She only posted one.
I mean, it looks like studio makeup done for a movie.
Yes.
For a horror movie.
Yeah, a horror movie or
Yeah,
some sort of
fantasy, sci-fi thing.
So why not be like the large singing plant from Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah. So meanwhile,
Seymour?
so Tegan, sported a featherhead breastplate, they called it, while Tan France wore a piece made to look like ruffled skin with bioreactive crystals, and Pajic wore horn-like sculpted shoulders. That's it.
Okay, so the one that looks like mushrooms growing here, if we can get that one, I think it looks kind of really like Casey. You don't like things that look like openings and circles and indentations in a body.
Wouldn't it be awesome for like the socially elite for it to become fashionable to wear like a horn out of your forehead?
Preston,
wouldn't it?
Like the
you're
Hunger
not
Games?
far.
Yeah.
Preston, the bagel thing.
Yeah.
The
implant.
Japanese were doing the bagel implants on the forehead.
But I'd like to see like a rhino. Black Crowes, fresh off their gig here in Philly, and visit to WMMR. Great song, Wanting, Waiting. And I know what you've been waiting for, because it's 3 minutes after 8.
Oh.
You've been waiting for this.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. It's time for a Good Money It keyword.
All right, last one for this 8 a.m. shot here. It's clear, C-L-E-A-R. That's the word clear. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. There are 3 ways for you to do that. You can enter it at WMMR.com, on the MMR app, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. And one random entry will win $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com. And it's brought to you by McLaughlin Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The word again is clear, C-L-E-A-R. Good luck to you. We're going to take a look at traffic. Marissa, what's going on this morning?
A lot of backups on the roadways. 295 northbound, we're slowing from 30 to Woodcrest Station. Also from 47 to 42, southbound from 168 to 42. On the Blue Route, 95 to McDade Boulevard, and on the southbound side from Media Bypass to Baltimore Pike. 76 eastbound, we are jammed from Montgomery to University. We're also slow from the Conshohocken Curve out to Belmont, and University out to South Street on the westbound side, as well as City Avenue to Belmont. 95 northbound before the Gerard Point Bridge to Broad Street, southbound from Cotman Avenue to the Betsy Ross Bridge, and over on the Blue Route from 95 to McDade, and I said that already, and McDade out to Swarthmore. This traffic report is brought to you by Christian Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Another chilly shower. The plumbing experts at Christian have the fix, a tankless water heater upgrade, and save $400 instantly on installation. Call 833-842-1989, and endless hot showers are yours. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
It's Friday.
presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Coors Light. Join the Preston and Steve Show for the official opening of the Jersey Shore, live from Keenan's in North Wildwood. This is 2 weeks from today.
Oh, man.
Friday, May 24th, starting at 6 a.m. from our friends at Coors Light. Choose chill at the Jersey Shore. A man who'd been arrested in the Villages retirement community in Florida for striking his wife in the face with a salami.
What?
During a New Year's Eve domestic dispute while yelling, "I threw it at you to get your attention," appears to have completed his court-ordered anger management classes.
I'm much better now.
When deputies first tried to question the 240-pound Patrick Healig, one cop says he was so belligerent, I was not able to interview him about this incident, noting that he used his dead body weight and would not move. In a deal with prosecutors, Healig, who's 57 years old, was forced to take anger management courses, interact with his wife peacefully, and refrain from violating any laws.
I told you not to go there. I told you not to go there.
He was also ordered to write an apology letter to the responding deputy.
I bet you the guy was just eating the salami whole.
Yeah, just sitting there with a whole salami, tearing it off.
Where are the Villages again? I know they're in Florida.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where, what town they're near, but it's a big place. A Southwest Airlines passenger has left fellow flyers flummoxed after footage was shared to TikTok of a person nonchalantly napping in the plane's overhead bin.
I've always kind of wanted to do that.
I don't know how they got up there without anybody noticing, or if whatever. There's a clip. It's been viewed over 5 million times now. It shows the unnamed person lying lengthwise in the baggage storage container, leaving people wondering if he was a passenger or a crew member who decided to sleep upstairs.
Well, now with the new extended overhead compartments, easier than ever.
Yeah, they do have a lot more room now. One commenter had says Southwest does allow you to choose your own seat. So this is not the first time that someone's been caught lounging in the luggage locker. Last summer, a guy was filmed waking up in the overhead bin on a Reindeer flight leaving Ibiza, Spain. A man was arrested after he reportedly broke into his girlfriend's home and attacked her early Saturday morning. Brett Dahl smashed the woman's betta fish tank and flushed her pet fish down the toilet.
Son of a bitch.
During a spree of destruction at the residence. The victim told officers
We
that
blame this on you.
she was sleeping around 2:30 a.m. when Dahl, her former boyfriend of over 6 months, broke into her home through a back window. She said that he threw a picture frame at her and demanded she tell him where to find his gun.
Oh, man.
The woman said that she was confused and tried to get him to leave. He refused and pushed her into the closet door. Dahl then began to damage everything in sight on the kitchen counter and reportedly shattered the woman's betta fish tank. The woman said the woman told police she heard Dahl flush the toilet and she never saw her pet fish Bean ever again.
Miserable bastard.
On his way out of the home, his fit of rage continued. He swiped her iPhone, smashed the front left headlight and window of her vehicle, and left the scene in a friend's vehicle. Later on that day, police saw him get into a friend's vehicle, and they were able to pull him over. He faces grand theft, burglary, property damage, obstructing justice, and animal cruelty, of course. It's not unusual to see the occasional wild fox trotting about town in the UK, but a man in Weston, England,
I say,
got more than he expected when one of the animals actually bit his leg.
Oh.
I get off. The funny part, though, so it's a clip that's circulating on social media. A group of guys are seen gathering on the street, and they're talking about this fox that they've seen around town wandering in the neighborhood. One of the guys says, but it comes up to you and you feed it. And his buddy interrupted and saying the animal is likely full of fleas. And then this other guy goes, no, it gets vetted. There's a vet on the thing, meaning like a tag or something like that. And right at that moment, so he's saying that the fox is okay. You don't need to worry about it.
It's okay.
Right at that moment, the fox walks over and bites him in the leg. And then his buddies are cracking up. They just can't believe that this is happening. The critter managed to draw blood with his teeth. Something the man pleaded his case couldn't believe. He said the worst part is, he said, I was giving it vibes. I was bigging it up and everything. But despite viewers' concerns, there is very little risk of getting a disease from a fox bite in the United Kingdom. In fact, neither paravirus nor distemper have been recorded in foxes. For those worried about contracting anything from a potential fox bite or scratch, experts claim that the animals have less potential or infection than a domestic cat bite or scratch, which are actually more prone to transmitting infection than foxes are.
You would think the other way.
Yeah, right. Well, there are very few recorded instances of foxes being aggressive to strangers. Bites can happen when people try to feed wild animals and get close to them. So this is in the UK. I don't know if you have to worry about things like rabies and foxes in the US or not.
Do you guys have them in your yard a lot?
all
the time, all the time, and they're cute as hell. But
beautiful.
You can't screw around.
We just had a mom and like 4 babies in our neighborhood somewhere. Yeah,
that's adorable.
So
well, all right, and then we'll end with this one. This is pretty wild. When contractors were working on the Family Fair grocery store, this is in a town called Midland, they unexpectedly found a woman living inside of the rooftop sign on this grocery store. The roof of it, there's a sign, and I guess it's hollow on the inside, and she was living inside of it.
How you doing?
Is there someone in there?
Yes, right.
Officer Brennan Warren said, I've never seen anything like this before in my career.
I moved out of the M. I'm now living in the D.
The woman who police nicknamed the Rooftop Ninja
I like that.
lived inside the store sign for about a year.
Whoa! Yeah, a year.
Inside her dwelling,
Well, there's a good school district.
she had a mini desk, flooring, a pantry of food, and even a house plant.
How big are these friggin' signs?
He said she made it a home. Contractors discovered an extension cord on the roof and traced it to the dwelling inside of the Family Fair sign. And they were like, oh, my God, someone is living in that sign. When police became aware of the situation, officers told her that she needed to find somewhere else to live. She was trespassed from the business. No criminal charges were filed against her. Officers offered the woman housing, assistance, and other resources, and she declined their help. Police also believe that she had a vehicle at her disposal as well.
How wild that she would look at that and go, I'm going to live in that.
Yeah.
She literally was the Phantom of the Family Fair.
Yeah. Right. All right. So, can you live in a public storage place?
Yeah, people have.
Legally?
Not legally.
Yeah.
No.
Legally, I
Like
don't
how
think
much?
so.
Like the smallest one. Like how much do they cost? Because I'm wondering.
So
Like,
for like a month, when we last had one, which was one of the smaller units, it was about $250 a month.
$250 a month.
That's a plot line on the TV show Loudermilk. Will Sasso ends up moving into.
No kidding.
Yeah, and the big problem there, Casey, is no indoor plumbing.
Okay.
So they have to bring in like buckets and stuff.
Right. So, because I would do that and shower at the gym. You know what I mean?
So there's an interior. A lot of them have the interior sections, which is where you would live, because they do have the external ones as well. But yeah, that people. In fact, I was talking to one of the guys at one of these places and said they have to occasionally check and make sure that people aren't doing that.
Right.
I think I'm going to try and do that for a year.
By the way, the woman has a job, though she is not a Family Fair employee. In addition, police said that the store agreed to work with the woman to get her furniture down and back to her. Family Fair management politely offered no comment when asked about their former rooftop tenant, but they're not going to do anything against her.
Taking initiative, getting the furniture up there.
Yeah, that's true. How would she
How'd
do
you
that,
do that?
without anybody noticing? All right, that's the B file, and you have 1 minute, less than a minute, to enter the word clear. Do it right now. Do it now.
Now.
So the word is clear, CLEAR, WMMR.com, the MMR app, or text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. You got to move on this now. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Don McCluskey and backup singers Sarah and Hannah are here. They got a gig tomorrow night at Brooklyn Bowl, and they're going to be our backup singers.
It's going to be enhanced Preston and Steve show.
We're going to try this out. We'll see how this goes, but we're happy to help out Don and company. It's his birthday, too.
Yeah.
We'll be right back. Stay with us. Coming out of their forehead. Oh, my God.
Charge.
Rhino. That's so Rhino. All right, anyhow, the full exhibit of futuristic clothing-like objects inserted under the skin opens in New York City next week. The entrance fee to even see this stuff is $40 if you want to go check it out.
$40 to see these incredible expressions of self.
Mark, we'd like to put you to work this morning.
Yes.
The greatest host of game shows I've ever met.
Ever.
No
Well,
question.
very kind.
And so we need some callers on the line. And we are each here on the show going to play for a caller. You don't have to do anything. You just got to sit back and let the magic unfold and get ready to win some prizes as we play this.
Preston and Steve present Know the Show on WMMR. Kathy can't go to bed at night if there's anything on the floor. And Steve's got a bunch of Cub Scouts buried in the dirt behind his cellar door. Nick's effeminate. Marissa likes getting text messages with naked pictures attached. Casey boy squeezes pus out of his armpits, and Preston likes eating his own scabs.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have not done Know the Show in a long, long time.
Well, we usually refuse to do it unless Mark Summers can host it.
That is correct. And so the way this will work, the format is that Mark will have a statement that he'll say about each one of the members individually. He'll pick out a member and make a statement, and the rest of us try to answer a question that might be answered by that person. And each one of us, if we get it correct, we get a point. If we answer like-mindedly with the person that's being singled out.
A la the Newlywed Game.
It's the same thing, actually. Yeah. In fact, this is the Newlywed theme music, I think, that we're playing.
We're ripping off everything we can.
Every bit. And if we'll have point totals, whoever has the most points, that person on the phone line who we are playing for is going to win a prize. If there's a tie, we'll give away a couple of prizes. That's the way it works. Mr. Mark Summers.
Thank you. No rehearsal, sight reading. Here we go. Radio legend Preston Elliott, or El Scabo, as the people of his native Honduras refer to him, is a man of many talents who enjoys a plethora of hobbies. If Preston were told he must give up one of his cherished hobbies on the spot and never, ever indulge in it again for the rest of his life, which of the following three would he select? Is it golf, drumming, or cooking? You have 15 seconds to write your answers down. All right, time is up. And we're going to start with Casey Boy. Which one would he give up and never be able to do for the rest of his life?
Wow. This one was really tough. You got to eat or you're going to die. I would say you got to listen to music or you're going to die. So I went with golf.
Casey says golf. Steve, your reply is?
No, I had to think about these as well because I know that he adores golf, and though he's had some issues with his shoulder, drumming, the music is everything to him. However, there are other people who can cook for him, and so I say cooking.
Cooking. Two different answers. We move to Kathy.
I was the same as Casey. I said golf because I know that he has back and shoulder issues, and I think that would be the reason because it would hurt, and I don't think that he could give up drumming or cooking.
All right, so we have two golfs, and we have a cooking, and we're moving to Nick.
So I went with, because of the hearing issue, I thought that Preston would choose on a tactical situation to give up drumming for the rest of his life.
Interesting.
Yet another answer, and finally, Marissa.
I went with, I think most of the crowd went with, and I went with golf.
Golf, we have three golfs.
Wow.
Preston, what is the response?
If I were to have to give up one of them for the rest of my life, I'd have to go, I'm going to say, agree with Steve, I'd give up cooking.
Really?
Somebody else can make that food for me. And even though I have shoulder and back problems, I still love the game of golf, and I'll never quit playing.
How's your putts?
It's good. Have a tug.
Yeah, here, grab the shaft and you tell me.
Nice balls.
Got a couple balls? All right, so
and they're moist.
Steve got the lone point on that one.
Who's keeping score?
Casey is.
And who's our person who's won?
Well, it's going to be a total.
After the
it's going to be a
game.
total at the end.
All right.
So.
Question two.
Right.
While Preston is known as a man of the people who often spends his spare time dispensing free croutons to the homeless, he is amazingly occasionally uncomfortable while in a one-on-one situation. Which member of the Preston and Steve cast will Preston say he is least at ease with when he sees them away from the show? Oh, my.
Wait, you got to ask that again.
Okay. So, who is the person?
You can leave out the crouton part.
No.
In English.
In English.
Okay.
Preston is least at ease. He's the most uncomfortable with which one of you when you're away from the show? So if you go to a
I'm
party,
one-on-one situations.
Okay, and he knows all you guys for 100 years.
Yep.
If he came front face to face at a barbecue, which one would he feel the most uncomfortable with? That is the question.
Who is he least at ease with away from the show?
You've got 15 seconds to answer this question.
I don't see Kathy writing. Chop, chop, chop.
Marissa, we'll start with you.
All right. I think Preston and Casey have a great bond. Preston and Steve, obviously the longest relationship here, plus Casey on top of that too. Kathy, you guys have the kids together. Nick, you guys have some bonds. I think it's me.
Really?
Yes, when we were out in London, Preston came to see me and my friends. He was there for like 30 seconds, and he was like, I gotta go.
Really?
So I guessed it was me.
Wow, yeah, and you're a little Miss Social Bug, so that's interesting. All right, Nick.
That's funny, Marissa, because I felt the same way about myself. And Preston's been with Steve for so long that I think you guys can talk.
Not in the biblical.
No, to each
sexual.
other about anything. They've done trips together with Casey, gone golfing and whatever. And then I just sort of defaulted to his relationships with Kathy and Marissa. So I'm going to refer to myself in the third person and say Nick.
And Marissa, I'm going to go over there to Casey next.
Yes, we all know that Preston and I share a nice bond with one another. We've had Valentine's dinners by ourselves.
Yes. You have.
We've spent a lot
Shared
of time
D-pics?
with hot tubs together and all that sort of stuff. So I definitely don't think that I'm the answer here. Steve and Preston have a long relationship. Nick and Preston definitely see eye to eye on a lot of things, pop culture wise and stuff like that. So I don't think it's Nick. Marissa, you had mentioned that it was you and your friends, but this question is about singularly and one-on-one. And I think you and Preston have actually hung out and had some good times together as well. One night in particular, after a singles mix or something like that, you guys went out for entirely too long of a time.
Pitcher's Pub.
Yeah.
I need to know more details.
So I had to go with Kathy on this one.
Wow. That's shocking to me. All right, we're going to go to Steve.
All right, now we have had a long relationship, Preston and I, and it's we, till death do us part. Love Preston dearly, and we have there's a certain relationship we have that I don't think anyone can define. I think, like Casey, you and Preston share more in common than do we. Preston and myself. So I think everyone here has something more than I have, at least in that level. And I think we sort of keep a lot of what we share
for the studio,
for the
right?
show.
Yeah.
And that's why I said me.
Okay. Yeah. But that makes sense. I get that. And finally, Kathy.
So, like everyone but Casey, they chose themselves, which is also what I did. I thought it was me.
Wow. Isn't this telling?
What does this say about me? You guys all think I don't like you.
No. It's not about not liking.
I think it's like everyone else better.
Yeah. So tell me, Preston.
All right. I'm going to tell you with an explanation and a follow-up as well.
You don't have that much time, so...
the guys are off the hook because I am more uncomfortable with attractive women when I'm alone with them. So there's that. And
what are you saying?
we have two beautiful women that work here, even though they're very, very good friends of mine. That doesn't change that fact.
Right.
And this person that I would feel I'd have to say, God, it's not that I don't feel uncomfortable with any of you. No, but having to choose, having to pick one. There's one that I kind of seek approval from because she's so great at what she does and a perfectionist in this business, and it's Marissa.
Wow.
So it's important to me what she thinks of me, and so therefore I would be a little nervous. Now listen, about that night in London, I'll tell you what it was. I showed up, you had all your friends there, you didn't introduce me to any of your friends, and you didn't say who I was, and I was kind of mad about that.
Wow.
The truth comes out.
Yeah, if we're going to be totally honest, that's why I closed down.
And it nagged at him for months.
Till this very moment.
Oh my God.
No.
How could you? How could
And
you?
waiting in the waiting room is a therapist to work with both of you.
I'm sorry,
Dr.
Preston.
Joyce Brothers.
I guess I didn't want to be like, hey guys, this is Preston.
But
you guys know Preston.
Your lack of decorum has won you the point. So there you go.
There you go. Nice job.
That's the point.
We're moving over to Steve Morrison right
We'll
now.
hug later.
All right. A little known fact about the enigma that is Steve Morrison is that his great-grandparents on his father's side lost their lives to Titanic, both having choked to death on Twizzlers during a matinee showing. With that in mind, if Steve was Rose from the movie Titanic floating on that door with room for only one member of the Preston and Steve show, who would he save?
Wow.
Man.
All right. 15 seconds to write your answer down. That's hysterical.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was easy.
That was easy, huh?
That was easy?
I wrote it down right away.
Oh, I can't wait to get there. Okay, we're going to start with you, Kathy. Who is it?
Okay, so after today's conversation, if we were on the Titanic, we would have had to pack in suitcases or in a hotel room, a little tiny hotel room you have to share with somebody. We had no idea that this was going to go down. So he is going to save me for sure.
Oh.
Great reasoning.
Wow. I like the part about going down. Steve.
I'm last.
Steve.
He's last.
Yes.
He goes last. So
That's right.
Yeah,
Nick, I'm sorry.
I'm going with basic math here, and Steve is going to need more room, so I'm going with the tiniest member of the Preston and Steve show, Marissa, so they can both fit on the door.
Wow. Okay, Marissa, we'll go to you.
Well, the true Steve Morrison would actually give up the door and let two other people go.
Oh, my.
She's right.
Because this is a hypothetical. I also agree with Nick, and it would be me just for size reasons. That's it.
Size matters. Okay, Preston.
Okay. This might be a little selfish, but without Preston, there ain't no Preston and Steve show. And we still have a future to think about after this horrible tragedy. Well, I'm saying me.
All right.
Yes.
Casey?
So I would think like right after everybody got rescued, Steve would go back to work the very next day, and it wouldn't sound good to have the Casey and Steve show or the Kathy and Steve or Nick and Steve and Marissa and Steve. It can only be Preston and Steve.
Yeah, Robin Preston's dead, so that wouldn't work. Okay. And finally, Steve.
All legitimate reasons, but I had to break it down on survival, likeliest to survive in the situation. Both Kathy and Casey are swimmers. Casey has saved my life here in the studio, but they are both capable swimmers. Preston is very resourceful.
Traffic Report is brought to you by Whole Foods. Savings are in bloom at Whole Foods Market. Prime members get a 15-stem bunch of tulips for just $9.99 through May 14th while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply, and that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Before the program is up as well, we're going to have a chance for you to win the Keenan's Cut the Line passes and your own table at our live broadcast for Memorial Day weekend, plus a bucket of Coors Light and a case of Coors Light for your beach house and all that stuff. So listen up. I will tell you when to call in. That is
2 weeks.
2 weeks from today.
Wow.
This is
What?
insane, yeah. To get yourself in the party mode and get prepared for that event, you can go to a little thing that's taking place tomorrow night. It's going to be at Brooklyn Bowl. And in our studio, the performers at Brooklyn Bowl tomorrow night are here. Birthday boy Don McCloskey.
Come on now.
Is here. What's up, bud?
What's going on, man?
Nice
Good be
to
here.
see you.
Good to be here.
And when you go see the Don McCloskey experience, when you go see the band, you can't take your eyes off of two people. It's a big band with a lot of personality. Everybody's really cool people moving around. There's a lot going on, but you can't help but check out the two backup singers, Hannah and Sarah. Who are here as well. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to see you guys. So, gig tomorrow night.
Gig tomorrow night.
Special birthday party.
May 11th.
Yeah?
Day after the birthday.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, at Brooklyn Bowl. It's going to be great.
Yep. And you guys have done Brooklyn Bowl before,
This is
right?
the second time doing it. Yeah.
Okay.
Second time introducing
And-
some new material, right?
Yes. Brooklyn Bowl in Philly, by the way.
Yes.
In case there's any,
Not in Brooklyn.
You can't just say the Taj Mahal. You got to say India.
Exactly. The Taj Mahal, not India, the one in Atlantic City. Yeah. We're doing new material. Is that what you asked?
Yes.
Yes. We're doing 2 of the new songs from the upcoming record that has not been recorded.
Ooh.
For the very first time.
Has not been recorded
Has
yet.
not been recorded
Is this tradition for you to take songs out
Yeah,
and try
like,
them out?
Try them out.
Okay.
Yep.
And do you
this
do you gauge an audience response as to we're going to get rid of that or we're going to keep that, or do you know?
Kind of like everything just exists in your brain until you actually play it, and then it's like, oh, that's what that thing actually.
So they haven't actually been written yet.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna write them after the show.
That's
Now that
two
I've-
great titles.
What I like to do is,
Have you ever bailed on a
Raise the
song that didn't get a response that you had hoped for, and you're like, oh, this is going to be on the next album, and then you play it live, and you're like, oh.
no, I mean, I've no. I've never bailed on a show, but it does tell me something about like singing it in front of people and playing it in front of people tells me what I actually need to. Like, if I don't believe what I'm saying,
Yes.
then I'm like, I have to rewrite that because that rang untrue. You know what I'm
that
saying?
makes
It's like,
complete
yeah.
sense.
Yeah,
From time to time, Pierre plays this version of Thunder Road, live version of Thunder Road from Bruce Springsteen before he had recorded it and released it. And lyrically, it was different. It was called Wings and Wheels, I think, or something along those lines, Wings on Wheels or something. And you hear it and you're like, well, what was wrong with this? This is already great. But clearly there was something special that needed to be done because Thunder Road was massively awesome.
Right,
You know? So
yeah.
sometimes there are these tweaks as you almost have a completed song.
You don't know.
Yeah, and then as life goes on, you keep rewriting it and rewriting it.
I mean, the
too,
Beatles
so.
said they originally, I want to hold your foot, but they just, and they had no traction. It just made no sense.
Well, it didn't ring true.
Yeah.
Dude, I held her foot last night.
How did you manage that?
I don't know.
You know scrambled eggs, right?
Yeah, that
That's
was
like-
yesterday.
Yeah. Like he could have just stopped there and it would have been like, oh, what a funny song.
Don, are you a perfectionist when it comes to songwriting? Like, do you? And at what point do you realize, all right, I've got it, I can put it out? How many takes, or does it vary from song to song?
Not a perfectionist about it. Like, just always feel comfortable, kind of like reworking things as they go forward.
With that Springsteen correlation, and I'm always fascinated by this process. People have talked about John Landau and all those other people have talked about how, I mean, like, are we here yet, Bruce? Are we here yet?
Yeah.
So you also have to, I assume, develop the muscles that allow you to say, done, finally. We got it. We can't live on this forever.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And I think like it also blocks writing more songs.
Yeah.
So if you keep hung up on
I've written one
those
song.
small things, you have to just keep saying what you have to say and keep moving.
I was thinking of this actually 2 nights ago. I was driving home. I was at Dining Under the Stars, and I was thinking, like, it's weird, like, songs don't have sequels, right? Like, if you see a good movie or a good show or whatever, and they're coming out with
Follow
a
it up.
season 2. Oh, they're coming, there's a part 2. Like, if there's a good enough song, why not revisit? No,
Like,
I know.
I know what you're saying.
I'm saying like years later,
Right.
right? Like this, because I was listening, and the song I was listening to is a song called "Feel It" by an artist named David. And the song is really, really good. And it ends at 2 minutes and 43 seconds. I'm like, that's just not long enough. And I would love to hear where this song picks
Part
up
2.
where it left off.
Yeah.
Because but you don't hear that very often.
You'll hear part 1 and part 2 on an album. Like they'll do, but he's right, but you gotta just move on, man.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Thunder Street, Thunder Avenue, Thunder Boulevard.
Well, where did Thunder Road take you to?
Like the-
Thunder Road brought me to this place.
Wawa.
Yeah.
Casey, did you know that Crush is kind of a sequel to Crash by Dave Matthews Band?
No.
So Crush is more about Dave Matthews' love for the same woman who is now his wife, and Crash is sort of this obsession thing.
Oh.
So Steve's right. Like occasionally it happens.
Okay.
But I don't think it's very frequent.
It won't be part 2 or Too Crushed, Too Furious.
Right. Yes.
Preston, what are you looking up?
I'm looking up. So there's a song that I asked Don about. So Don has played Camp Out for Hunger, the Preston and Steve Show Side Stage, the Always Sunny podcast, all this stuff. And you came out to our show at the MMRBQ, and I asked you, and the title is escaping me, Son of a Son, right? Or
Son of It All.
Son of It All. Thank you. God, that's what I was looking up. And I go, Don, do you call your mom a whore in that song? Because the first line is, I was born son of a McCluskey.
Son of a Moore.
Son of a Moore. And it sounds like he's saying whore. And I'm like, that's really ballsy. And 2, your mom was a whore?
Happy Mother's Day.
That's right on a
You're
road.
not the only person who has said this.
I'm the only person who said that?
No, you're not the only
okay.
person.
All right.
So now I just enunciate more, like very
Son of a
McCluskey, son of a Moore.
I have that song.
And my
Shout out to Mom,
father.
by the way.
I have this is the best. I have that song. I have First in Flight. I have Open the Door. Someone to Open the Door.
Yeah.
All of those songs are on my what I call like feel good playlist.
Yeah.
And that's what I go to with your music is to just get me in a good mood.
This guy's thrilled his mother's a whore. It's wonderful. Wow.
Hey, how can you not? Yeah.
Speaking of,
Nothing gets this guy down.
She's found a hobby.
But speaking of First in Flight, that's where, when you guys were in here performing, where I really took notice to you two ladies. When you guys come in and harmonize, standing on my own feet, running to the... I loved it, and it just really... I mean, it just, it brought it to a whole new level.
It is a feel-good song. Yeah, it's super fun.
So we decided, and I spoke to Hannah and Sarah at the MMRBQ, and I was like, or maybe it was at the Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah.
I'm like, I would love I want backup singers. Like watching you guys perform with Don, I'm like, I want our own backup singers. But we're a radio show. We don't have backup singers. We don't have a way. And they both said, oh my God, we would totally do that one morning.
Here we are. And here we are.
They are going to be our backup singers for this segment.
Yeah.
And we're going to do this in a moment.
I would call this Preston and Steve Show enhanced, right?
Yeah, I think so. Also. And also, can you guys play a song for us this morning,
Sure.
too?
Yeah.
What would you guys like to do
Thunder
first?
Road.
No, I want to hold your foot.
Thunder Street.
If you can. Do you want to hear a song first and then do
I'd like to hear the song first, I think.
What do you guys feel like playing? I know we
This
didn't
one-
ask you to do it, but...
Yeah, we didn't prepare anything, so you have.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. This one is
Nick, can you move your mic a little bit towards his
one's called
guitar? I'll crank it up.
Shimmy, Shimmy Twice. It's all right.
Shimmy twice, it's all right.
All right, excellent.
Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah. Give me the mic so I can take it away. Off on the natural charge, bon voyage, yeah, from the home of the Dodgers, Brooklyn squad. U-Tang killer bees on the squad, rain any day on the disco dawn. You could never touch my skill. He got the #1 killer bee, and he aims for the kill now. Drop that down, pass it all around. Lyrics get hot quick, cement to the ground. Any MC in the 52 states, I get psycho, killer. Norman Bates, my producer, slams. Flow is like wham, get on stage and get down. Ooh, baby, I like it raw. Ooh, baby, I like it raw. That was Wu-Tang Clan and Bob Dylan.
I thought maybe I would do herpes in my Slurpee, but
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, guys. I really didn't prepare a song for this.
It's all good. It's all good. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that.
The other options were worse. So I just... Here are the other options. Robert De Niro recites the lyrics to Straight Up Now Tell Me. Christopher Cross.
Okay.
By the way,
and Pee Wee Herman, Passenger. So anytime you want to hear those, bring me back.
We were talking about Christopher Cross and the fact that it turns out the dude is like a really great guitarist. We had no idea. Yeah.
Yeah. We could use him right now.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, we could.
All right, so we're going to try to sing out. Don McCloskey playing tomorrow night. The show is at the Brooklyn Bowl. We'll reiterate this, but we're going to have Sarah and Hannah be our backup singers.
Yes.
And I think we're going to be we're going to do the junk drawer, and we're going to have a little conversation, and every now and then they will accentuate something. Like we could try.
See if you can notice.
Yeah, see if you can notice this.
Yeah.
We'll try the first one, okay? So if you were to call in and somebody were to say Gadzooks.
Gadzooks.
All right, they'll do a little response like that. All right, so Casey, junk drawer.
It's the junk drawer. Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
All right, let me dive into the junk drawer and see what I can find. And, by the way, let me point out that we only do the junk drawer on Friday, which, of course, is No Sad Bro.
No sad bro.
Love it.
That's how that works. Did you guys see this? The Philadelphia Union signed a 14-year-old.
Yes, I did.
Caven, I guess is how you say his name, Caven Sullivan, the largest homegrown contract in Major League Soccer history.
I'm very excited about the whole thing, and I think it's going to be great.
They have an agreement to transfer him to English Premier League power Manchester City after he turns 18.
It's insane.
Did you see that they're calling this kid a generational talent? Like he is, and
The Don McCloskey of soccer.
You know, I was going to say the Wayne Gretzky of soccer, but sure, the Don
I like the Don
McCloskey.
McCloskey of soccer.
Yeah, I mean that fits as well. No, like he is apparently going to revolutionize the game. That's been happened before.
Well, that's a lot to put on somebody's shoulders.
There was a guy named Freddie Adu that played a few years ago, Steve, and they said the same thing about Freddie Adu, and he was a really, really good player.
Yeah.
He was not a generational talent, but they're saying that about this kid.
I think it's and listen, I know you want to spotlight great talent when they see it, but I think it's a mildly irresponsible to start throwing things like that on somebody that young.
Before your full pew patch is in.
Well, yeah, exactly. Because something could happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you create stress, and I think that you could possibly lead to all sorts of bad outcomes. Simply say the people in his life should be curating this and holding it down, but it is still pretty exciting.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know. There are certain sports where they can sort of see this stuff early, right?
Yeah.
Soccer's one of them. Basketball's another one.
Gurning.
Gurning. Yeah. I have nothing to say after that, Steve.
Gurning.
His brother's on the team, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
His older brother, is 20 years old and has been a first-team player since 2021.
Like Bryce Harper was that guy.
Yeah.
Bryce Harper at like 14, 15. I remember watching video of him at 16 years old hitting bombs in like Las Vegas or something. But
lived up to it.
Yeah.
So how routinely do you think they so with soccer, with football over obviously in Europe, are they looking at these kids in elementary school? Are they looking at these kids? I mean, I don't know, because here that they're hitting at the end of junior high or early high school. When do they think they see talent in a budding soccer player?
Well, yeah, that's part of the whole union's thing, is that they have these homegrown teams, and you can actually go to the Union Academy and go to school there.
Yeah. Don't they have like 30 or 40 women that they keep and they impregnate them to produce?
I don't think that's
No.
Is that not accurate?
No.
Okay. Yeah, that there's some, and they're in these pods with multiple hoses connected to their backs.
I don't think that's it.
This kid, I don't know where he's from, but his mom worked at the high school that Don McCloskey graduated from.
Coincidence?
St. Joseph's Prep.
Was she a teacher?
You're welcome,
No,
everybody.
I think she was a secretary or assistant.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're doing what we can do.
He is the 5th youngest player to sign a first-team contract in league history.
It's amazing.
If he appears for the Union before July 29th, which is the expectation, he would surpass one-time prodigy Freddie Adu, as Nick had mentioned, as the youngest player to appear in MLS. There's no minimum or age requirement,
I guess not,
to play professional
That's
soccer.
what I was wondering. Yeah. In other words, could you still be trailing placenta and be out on the?
Yeah, this kid's not going to be on the pitch at Subaru Park, right? Like,
how could you do
this
that?
summer?
I don't know, dude. It says before July 29th. If he appears for the Union before July 29th, he would surpass Freddie Adu.
Wow.
Right?
I wonder if it's something to do with the games. Just a quick search says players 20 or younger. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. I'm not aware of what the rules are in soccer. Wow.
You remember when LeBron came into the NBA? He was 18, right? He didn't go to college. He went right from high school to the NBA.
Yeah.
I think the NBA's rules now don't allow for that. They go back and forth quite a bit.
Yeah, now you have to have a certain amount of time at a higher level or whatever.
Right, yeah.
The rules are you have to pretend you don't allow for that.
Kind of, yeah.
Well, it's got to be a good day for him with all this. And with
Jeez.
that, we say good morning to see you to him.
Good morning to see you.
They're backup singers.
By the way, we have to get these recorded at some point for
We
application.
definitely
Yeah.
will. All right, let me see. Okay. Mother's Day coming up. So there was an article that actually was a parenting site, Baby Center, asked women about the best and worst gifts they've received for Mother's
Day.
Yeah. So here are some of the worst responses. One said, I got a toilet bowl brush and a set of cleaning supplies. Yeah, right?
I don't care.
Yeah. Never. Even if they ask for that.
No.
You don't get that. This one says, my husband gave me a card emblazoned with a heart-shaped egg yolks on top of shattered shells that read, thanks for donating your eggs. Oh, man.
So these seems like all novelty things, right?
That's harsh.
It's still harsh.
Did I throw away my
your list of
my
things?
backup singer prompt?
You need those.
Yeah, you did. I got you, bro.
Sorry. All right. Thank you, Casey. Wow. Okay. All right. So, yeah. Hey, bitches. Hey, what?
Hey, bitches, hey, what?
Press, did you are you all ready for Mother's Day?
Yes. This year.
That sounded tentative.
This year. Well, last year. I think it was last year.
You couldn't find the toilet brush?
No. Well, we made the mistake of not acknowledging enough in that we didn't really do much at all. And it was.
Did you hear about it?
Oh, my God.
Didn't go over well?
The bomb came down.
What year did your wife go on strike?
That was a few years back.
Okay.
She actually hired union guys like from
Hired
the dock.
goons?
Goons to beat the crap out of the family.
Hired goons.
It was bad.
Yeah, it was. I'm sure for you. But,
There was a big inflated rat outside of the house.
Honestly, from the outside looking in, I was damn impressed. Like that's a ballsy move by Rochelle.
It was mainly against the kids.
Yeah.
And I got in trouble.
Of course.
Because the kids.
It was your semen.
I was helping the kids doing the chores that they were supposed to do, and then I got yelled at for that.
Uh-huh.
See that
by proxy.
There is a thing that'll happen in these kind of fights where there is sort of the blast radius. And you got to leave town if the kids are being vilified because you caused some of the heat off of that.
Yep. All right, here's some other terrible gifts. A woman got a set of pots, she said. Another woman said a vacuum cleaner and breakfast in bed way too early in the morning.
Do you do the breakfast in bed thing for Rochelle?
No.
Casey? Do you do something for Rochelle?
I probably should. Yeah. She's been so good to us, No, we have done breakfast in bed. But the pots though, we got. But I don't think we got them for Mother's Day. But she got pots as a present, whether it be for her birthday or for Christmas. But she asked for that.
I'm finally at the point in life that I want pots.
Okay.
Like I hate
a good set.
I hate the practical gifts, but I also don't want to spend the money on a good set of pots.
Yeah.
So maybe give it to me for Christmas.
I'll tell you this: don't know. And if somebody's if somebody loves you, don't give it a week after Christmas or before. But I've had those. My wife said, "All I want is this," or "I want a vacuum cleaner." No. You got to give a real gift. And you give that as another sort of auxiliary gift. But no, Preston's right. You can't do that on the day.
I'm going to make it more complicated. I don't want to ask for the pots. I just want a really nice set to show up. And I'm like, oh my God, these are so pretty.
I think you just did.
Yeah.
I know my mother-in-law listens.
Or a really good pot would
All
be
right,
good.
a really good pot would be good too.
Yeah, it's a good
pot.
Mother's Day gift.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, speaking of Mother's Day's gift, we're going to give this to all mothers. Hi, Gary. Good morning.
Hey, how's my family doing?
We're doing good. Gary, how are you?
I'm okay. Other than that, I still got a leaky roof, but I'm just fine.
You still have a leaky roof. When did it start leaking?
November?
Yeah.
November?
You know, hey,
well,
Dave.
you got right on it.
Hey, Roofer Dave, who said you were going to help Gary out.
He never showed up. He was a bum.
No, don't say that because he's about to. He's a bum for not doing free work at your house.
Wait, well, here. Let's
look. I'm not going to go there today. It's a beautiful weekend. I come to call my girl, the number one mom in the country, Kathy Sweet Romano.
Okay, she's out today, Gary. Sadly, she's sick.
I heard that.
Yeah.
He just told me. I just want to wish her that she's the greatest mom. I hope she's listening. She's the greatest mom in the world. I hope she has a wonderful weekend.
What about Rochelle and
Rochelle, your beautiful wife.
Well, good
Second
Preston's.
greatest mom.
Yep. Casey's beautiful wife, Diane.
Third greatest mom.
Yep. Just listen. I just want to wish.
What
my
about Don
family a great
McCloskey's
weekend
backup
with your
singers?
mothers and your wives.
The mothers
Enjoy
of
your
invention.
weekend. Moms are rock stars, man.
Yeah, no, this is true. Absolutely. Gary, is your, not to dive too into personal, is your mother still with us, or did you?
No, you can remember you guys said that live on the radio, March 14, 2014, she passed.
I'd forgotten about that. I'm sorry about that.
It's fine. Listen, man, look, I wish I had my mom. You guys are my family. I took you under my belt. You took me under your belt, and I love you all. And Kathy Romano is the greatest mom in the world.
Wow. Those are
Okay.
bold statements. Well, we appreciate it.
We'll
And I
pass
love
it.
you guys. Listen, I'll see you sooner than later, and have a wonderful weekend with your family, guys. I love you all. I truly love you all.
All right, we love you too, Gary. Thanks, bud.
I'll see you, Preston.
All right, see you later.
That was actually our welfare check. We have not heard. We only heard AI Gary, and had not heard the Gary in quite a while.
Yep, absolutely. So it was nice to hear. So that's a nice Mother's Day gift, right?
Yeah.
To Kathy.
Spend time with Gary.
From Gary, exactly. So yeah, you could all day long.
I'm bringing your breakfast in bed.
I'm sorry I'm so late with this. I actually should have done this segment in Totally Presbo last time.
Totally Presbo.
That's my favorite one so far.
Thank you to Sarah and Hannah from Don McCloskey's band for being our backup singers today. Did you guys see this? An Apple advertisement that depicts a patchwork of creative tools being crushed by a giant press has hit a lot of feedback, and in fact, they have now, or a lot of backlash. They have apologized for that particular commercial.
Wait, why?
Well,
I apologize.
so it shows all of these, musical instruments and various creative tools being crushed in a press, and it's supposed to symbolize that they're jamming all of this art and creativity into the new iPad.
Okay.
Because when the press comes back up, it's the new super thin iPad.
It doesn't play that way.
I see what they were going for,
yeah.
but it looks like the destruction of all of these wonderful.
The machines will remove all human elements.
Yes.
All of the things that got us this creativity for the past centuries is gone, and it's now the providence of the machine.
So they've officially apologized for this, and they are, I guess.
I'd like to apologize.
And you know how much they probably spent on
I apologize.
the creative
Stop
for
and think
that?
about it, though. It still wins. Look at all the press.
Yeah.
Look at all the press over this because the acolytes are not going to have. They're going to go out and buy it anyway.
Yep.
It is crazy expensive though because it has this new amped up chip in it, and it also has this OLED screen that's top level.
Well, it's like that 1984 commercial they did. That was like the iconic commercial for years about. I mean, people
But that
were
was
mad
positive,
at it.
yeah.
But that was, people liked that.
It was the
They did
people.
like that?
Yes,
Had
they
negative.
loved it.
It only ran one time.
Oh,
It was in the
Marissa,
Super Bowl.
the whole concept was that it was people rising up against the machine. This looks like the machine
Is destroying
Yeah.
all things
Yeah, it
that
was,
we cherish as human beings.
Do you know who directed that commercial? Ridley Scott.
Oh,
The
really?
1984 commercial?
yeah.
So they are apologizing and they are backing off of that whole thing. By the way, back off, War Child. Seriously.
Back off, War Child. We got to work on that one.
Yeah, that one's all right. That was all good.
We need to find some notes for that one.
All right, let's still work. All right, let's see. How
Back
about
off, War Child. Seriously.
How about this one? If you think your gym is expensive, get set for this because high-end fitness chain Equinox is introducing a new membership that promises to improve overall health and boost longevity. By the way, I also saw a tangential story to this that is it Planet Fitness? They had charged $10 forever.
Yeah.
Now it's up to $15.
What?
Yeah. That's outrageous.
Robber barons.
Yeah, so it's now $15. This program called Optimized by Equinox is $40,000 a
month?
year.
Oh.
No, a year. And it is one of the most expensive gym memberships in the world right now.
So as Planet Fitness is judgment free, this is unrelenting judgment?
Oh, it's all judgment.
Yeah.
Yep.
Does it also give you the will to want to go there?
If you spend that kind of money?
Yeah.
Do you know, I would say this, by the way, because it's got to be more on the social thing or more of a like a club of sorts, because anyone who has that kind of money has probably a personal trainer and a well-equipped gym at their
own house.
palatial home. Yeah.
Equinox is partnering with Function Health on the personalized health program, and it starts with a series of tests checking for 100 biomarkers looking at heart, liver, kidney health, as well as metabolic and immune systems, cancer marks, Alzheimer's disease, risk, and more. Then they run its own battery of fitness tests, including strength and movement range and VO2 max, which measures how much oxygen is used during the intense exercise. They have an Equinox concierge that uses the results to help the member create a personalized plan to improve overall health and fitness. Members will have a team made up of a fitness trainer, a nutrition coach, a sleep coach, and a massage therapist as well.
So, okay, it's interesting. Let's see how this. Is it in existence right now, or do they have any?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Well, I'm sorry. No, it kicks off at the end of May. But
I'd be curious to see their signups.
It is apparently, hang on, I think I saw this. It said it optimizes membership that comes with 3 hour-long training sessions a week, along with 2 half-hour sessions a month with a nutrition coach, 2 half-hour sessions a month with a sleep coach, and 1 massage therapy session a month. Dude, if you're paying $40,000,
That's insane.
you need to get massages every other day.
Should we get a membership for Gary?
It totals about 16 hours of training and coaching a month. The Optimized program kicks off in New York City at the end of May, and then it will roll out in Texas and other states. So,
Does
yeah,
it come with a financial advisor who
right.
tells you not to do that?
Yeah,
too?
right.
Yeah.
So I didn't know until this story, Preston, about the Equinox brand, but they also have hotels, and they're like high-end luxury hotels, and so they're all under the same corporate umbrella.
Yeah, it's the type of place that's like go to see and be seen. Like you wear your prettiest outfits, you hang.
I always wear my prettiest outfit.
Instead of going to a bar, you're literally going to Equinox. They're building
That's what I'm
one.
thinking.
Yeah, they're building one in Rittenhouse Square.
Are they?
People think it's the bougie people are like, ew, Philly's getting one.
I go to
Yeah.
the gym quite a bit, and I love that people think that they need to get dressed up to go to the gym. Wearing matching, like a whole ensemble. There was a woman yesterday in like total purple. I was like, good for you. Me, like I'm just like whatever's at the top of the drawer. It doesn't really matter. But
Yeah.
I guess if you are spending that kind of money, you gotta.
You know what you are?
What's that?
You're a real crumb bum.
You're a real crumb bum.
Now, that was my favorite one so far. All right, we have time for one more story.
All right.
All right, here is the last one. There's a Redditor that's gaining traction after sharing a unique do-it-yourself face mask recipe that claims to give glowing skin. By the way, Hannah and Sarah, do you pay much attention to taking care of your skin regime and,
Oh, I have a very complicated facial routine.
Morning
Really?
and
I do.
nighttime, two totally different routines. Yes.
I do gua sha, I do facial oil.
Really?
Yeah.
The whole nine.
Yeah.
It's a tool that you use to like smooth out fine lines and
It's also, gua sha. It's like a jade or a fine bone.
It's like a roller.
Yeah, or a
Like a
roller.
They have jade rollers too. Yeah.
It encourages, it like zhuzhes all the stuff up under your muscles.
Okay.
And it
Oh.
encourages lymphatic drainage.
We're looking at. Is this what a gua sha
Yeah.
looks like?
Yep.
It is
Okay.
it looks like kind of a guitar pick.
Well, this.
Yes, it does. An
Yeah.
oversized guitar
Several
pick
gua
that
sha
would break your
everywhere I
guitar.
If anybody needs one.
The person who goes by Relax3, or Real X3, I'm sorry, revealed the secret ingredient that they use and supposed to give, glowing skin and everything, is what's called beef tallow.
Beef jerky.
It's a form of beef fat obtained from a local butcher.
So there you go.
Which they meticulously prepare by rendering the fat in a slow cooker over the course of a week.
Come on.
Once it is, I know it sounds
And what do they
disgusting, right?
bob for it?
Once it is rendered, the submitter says that they use it as a nourishing overnight slug on their face. I don't know what they mean by slug.
How often do you see cosmetics ads that include the word slug?
Yeah. While the Redditor didn't speculate on exact reasons for the tallow, other commenters have praised its skin restoring properties.
I think this sounds like we talked about this the other day, Preston. One of a myriad of things that they have to eventually, like the vampire blood. That whole
Vampire
thing.
facial.
These become trendy. I mean, putting your face in beef stew basically is kind of insane.
Well, they said that the restoring the properties are great, but they do note that the smell is the only potential drawback.
There we go.
I think when they're saying slug, they're not talking about the animal slug. I think they're talking about like a shotgun shell slug. You know what I'm talking about?
So it is the makeup shotgun.
Are you getting shot in the face?
Well, it says a nourishing overnight slug on their face.
Yeah, I don't think they mean it like the animal, but maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know.
What the hell do I know?
Slugs were also like fake coins.
Yes,
Remember
they
that?
were.
Yeah.
So maybe it's that.
I don't know.
How about not wear as much makeup and then do you know what I mean? Because Steve, I'm looking at your skin.
beautiful.
Nick, I'm looking at your skin. Press, I'm looking at your skin. You guys
we are gorgeous.
You guys all have really nice skin. You're all over 40.
I use a jade roller.
I do.
But
I'm not kidding.
I don't know what a jade roller is.
We were just talking about it when you were outside.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the ladies, the backup singers use them, and my fiance got one, and
I use shower water.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Anyway, I use
Okay. When do you use it? How often? How long are you rolling your face?
when she does it. By the way, Andrea loves the singers. She's a huge fan of Don McClaskey's band, and so I think maybe you guys talked about skincare at one point. And so I am open to suggestion when it comes to these types of things. And I saw her rolling it on her face, and it looked like it felt good. And I asked her to do it, and she did, and it does.
So she
feels
does
nice.
it. She does it for you.
Well, I do it myself. now.
okay.
I
All
learned. I'm a big boy.
Very soothing.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
it
it feels soothing. It almost feels like you're giving yourself a little bit of a massage.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Nick, I
What?
say bitch.
I said, bitch.
Wow.
How often do you do it?
Oh, I don't know, once a week maybe.
Okay,
But you can tell, right? Glowing.
of course.
Thank
yes.
you.
How often do you guys roll your face? Is
Every
that
day.
Every day.
Okay.
Multiple
I'm not
times.
as good at that.
I'm going with zero. Zero times a week.
Zero on
Zero
that.
times a week.
And look at how great your skin is,
Well,
bro.
thank you very much. Appreciate
Don,
that.
what are your beauty?
My secret?
Your beauty. What's your
Not
secret?
using any of the products you just mentioned.
very good.
Yeah, dudes all have like one for everything.
A 3-in-1.
Body wash,
Yeah.
shampoo, conditioner, all the same thing, and you all look great. It's
Yeah, they
annoying.
don't have to do anything.
Water.
It's
My
annoying.
shampoo is bar soap.
All right. Well, that is the last of our backups this morning.
And no other in the list?
That's all. They got to every single one of them.
All right, there we go.
Which was great, but we'll have them maybe record some off air.
I think we need
so
that.
we have those to keep. But Don McCloskey performing tomorrow night at Brooklyn Bowl in Philly. What time's the gig?
It is at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Doors are at 7.
And will you be doing any bowling beforehand or anything like
Always.
that?
Yeah, that's our warm up. We have an elaborate, a full full bowling.
So you've got a couple new songs you're going to debut.
Yep, couple new songs
that are going to be on the next album, but has not been recorded yet.
Correct.
Do you have a projection as to when you might get to recording?
We're recording this summer.
Okay,
nice.
And is it going to be EP size or like 3 or 4 songs, maybe?
There's an album worth, but we may do an EP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seems to be the way. And again, I've heard a number of artists over the course of the past couple of years say that they like that method of delivery because they can sort of spend more time with songs and then not have the obvious thing that's going to happen when you, not that you guys have any filler, but the truth of the matter is that it's a lot to consume.
Yeah,
so
right.
people savor the things more comprehensively.
Yep.
Does that make sense? Or
I
am I
do.
just blabbering on?
No, that's true. I think the attention span for an album has just has evaporated.
There we go.
We're at like 15 seconds now.
Yeah.
So basically, you can record one song and then keep doing 15-second versions of it for like a year.
Right.
And we'll have more traction than.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah. How many
but that's not. You can't really
live on that.
write according to that. Yeah.
How many people are in your band right now?
There are 8 of us.
Wow.
Yes.
You should perform.
There's a lot going on.
There's
in
a
that
lot.
band.
Oh, it's a whole experience.
Yeah. Drums, bass, guitar, 2 guitars, keys, percussion, and the ladies here.
Yeah, it's so much fun. And listen, go to Spotify or wherever you get your music and grab some Don McCloskey songs. You want to feel good.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
man.
I feel great whenever I listen to Don's music. So we all could use a little goodness in our life, especially audio-wise. So
appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, Brooklyn Bowl. Thank you, guys.
We'll see you there.
Sarah and Don McCloskey. Make sure you go see them tomorrow night. You will, I guarantee, have a great time. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a moment. And Kevin Nealon will be in our studio. Stay with us.
Could survive, I think. Nick as well. And for the person I think who would be in the most dire situation vis-a-vis their size and lack of insulation, Marissa.
Just because you guys would all be fine on your own.
Not to dismiss Nick's point of extra elbow room on the door.
Nick and Marissa.
Nick and Marissa both answer.
Yeah. All right, what's the point total so far, Case?
I think I have Marissa has 2, Nick has 1, Steve has 1.
All right.
Though if we were packing the way we do talk about, Kathy would have a certain edge.
Steve's love for the world of movies is exceeded only by his love of the world of porn. Disregarding the porn movies, what will Steve say is the one movie franchise he could not and would not live without? Oh. 15 seconds. Boy, you all seem to know this pretty darn quick. That's interesting. We are going to start with Marissa.
All right. There was an obvious answer, but I didn't go with that one because I'm guessing most of you guys went with it. So I'm just going with Batman.
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 Very nice.
Okay.
Casey, what did you say?
Oh, I went opposite because there have been so many. I know that you love Batman, but you want to have sex with James Bond.
James Bond. Preston.
Kind of the same thing. I know there's so much. Although Connery was his favorite, and Roger Moore did a whole lot of those movies, but I still think he's got a huge fascination with James Bond.
All right.
Yep.
Nick? Marissa, your answer made me think twice, but I'm going to go with my gut, and I'm going to go with James Bond as well.
All right.
Kathy?
I just said overall Marvel.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So, Steve, the answer is...
James Bond.
there you go. Yes. What is your fascination with Bond?
Since Bond, my father took me to Dr. No when it came out when I was just super young, and there have been many movie franchises, consistent franchises that have influenced my life, but Bond has been, marathon after marathon after marathon has been just at the core of my life.
Favorite Bond
Batman
movie?
is my... Whoa. Okay, so the one that is the quintessential is probably considered Goldfinger.
Yeah.
So, my favorite Connery's my favorite Bond, followed by Daniel Craig, followed by...
Daniel Craig, really?
Right, folled by George Lazenby and Roger Moore. Roger Moore has 2 good Bonds, would be 3, Live and Let Die, For Your Eyes Only, and Spy Who Loved Me. And Timothy Dalton. They're all good. They're all good.
Yeah, all right. So where are we here now?
Casey.
Whoever you want to go to.
Casey.
All right.
All right.
we're going to do the list of show legends regarding Casey is long, and in many cases embellished, including things such as him saying a bubble scubosis instead of multiple sclerosis and being terrified of his home thermostat. This is the first time I'm reading this stuff.
I never said multiple scubosis.
That's it. It's you're saying it's a false legend.
Which embellished legend about Casey will he say he would love to have go away once and for all? 15 seconds. What embellished legend about Casey will he say he wants to go away and never brought up ever again?
I predict everybody is going to get this one. This is going to be a 5 for
find out about
5
this.
here.
We're going to start with Steve.
There's even writing this question, I knew it might be a gimme, but we had to go with it just to give Casey the chance to dispel some rumors about himself, including bubbable scabosis and his thermostat. Ranch dressing.
What is it?
His love of ranch dressing.
Ranch dressing. Okay, very good. Kathy.
Yep, love of ranch dressing on pizza, all ranch
Really?
dressing. He loves it.
Nick?
Ranch dressing.
Oh, my, this is me. Marissa?
Because he didn't invent it, ranch dressing.
Preston.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's unanimous.
And we will go to the gentleman himself.
It's not my go-to, okay, guys? It's not my favorite dressing.
What is it about ranch dressing that you like?
It is actually pretty yummy with pizza.
Do you have the isolated audio of just you freaking out anywhere, Kay, so we could play it for Mark, just so he has an idea?
I don't know. You know what?
We don't have to play the whole thing.
The crowd loves that idea, Preston.
See if oh, wait, hang on a second. It's recording. All right.
Yeah, why did that happen?
Yeah, there was a moment on the show where we brought up the fact that Casey was dipping his pizza in ranch dressing.
Thank God it was a pizza.
And yes.
There was a question as to whether that was calorically wise.
Yeah, here we go.
Can I make a suggestion without being insulting?
Yes.
Try pizza without ranch dressing.
Listen, you a-holes. When was the last time you saw me with ranch dressing?
Okay, can I jump?
And by the way, I don't always eat pizza with ranch dressing. I didn't invent it. It is something that I tried like within the last year. All right?
Okay.
Drop the friggin' ranch dressing. Drop it.
I will say this. I have seen you eat pizza at last 6 or 7 times.
Hear a little bit more of this.
Without dressing.
Did you say 6 or 7 times?
Well, I have not seen him have dressing on his pizza in quite a while.
And it's not something I invented. It was like I tried it because I saw a girl with a nice frame. As a matter of fact, tried to like ranch dressing on your pizza. All right, I'll try it. And then he did it like 6 times. And next thing you know, I'm making ranch dressing pizza sandwiches or something. Shut up!
It's still just as funny.
Oh, my. I've never heard you so whacked.
Can I get a point for that easy question?
One of my all-time favorite moments on the show.
We need to move on. In many ways, Casey is sort of an ongoing lab experiment producing flatulence at an alarming rate. Who will Casey say is the one show member he takes the most joy farting in front of?
Oh, my
Joy?
God.
The most
Joy. And you don't end a sentence with a preposition, by the way. But who does he enjoy farting in front of the most? Gee whiz.
All right.
Got
I'm
it down
in.
there?
I'm
You're
good.
in? Everybody's in? We're going to start with you, Preston.
Now, initially I was going to say me, but I don't think that happens anymore because I'm disgusted by it. It bugs me, and he will do it sometimes in front of guests that we have in here. Oh yeah, out loud.
It's the
and I'm
ranch
like,
dressing.
dude, come on, stop it. And oh my God, Mark, some of them are just deadly. But I think he gets a kick out of actually doing it in front of Kathy more than anybody else. I think he finds that funny, but that's my guess.
Marissa.
That was my initial guess, Preston, was Kathy, but I thought he actually, like, deep down gets embarrassed to do it in front of Kathy. He knows I get mad at him when it happens on his way into the studio, so I figured the only person that might giggle at it was Preston.
Okay.
Okay. Nick.
I think because it pisses her off so much that he's going to go with Kathy.
And Kathy.
It's so disgusting. It's so awful. Yes, he does do it when there's guests in the studio.
No, he doesn't.
It's the worst smelling thing ever. It's awful. It's so stupid. It's childish. I hate every second of it. But I think that he gets a kick out of Preston's response at how angry it makes me, so I went with Preston.
Oh, there's an interesting look at it. Steve?
I'm going to echo Kathy's sentiment and say Preston. Yeah.
All right, Casey.
I will have to say, because he's not an official member of the show, but an honorable mention goes to Chuck. I mean, if he were going to be a part of this, I would say Chuck D'Amico, because Chuck,
He laughs at you.
He loves this. He says that my farts have personality, and they do. But I absolutely love farting in front of Preston.
I would have thought Kathy.
Yeah, no.
Kathy.
Even like when he gets mad, like when they're like silent ones, sometimes I sit there and I just wait for him to smell it.
Well, I'll just
sit next to each other.
So Mark will be sitting here, and I'll see Preston start to go.
Sometimes, I have Lysol back here.
Oh, my.
And Preston will just be in the middle of talking, and there'll just be a little.
I'll just hear that. Oh, my God. I'm learning more about this show.
I really do go into like other rooms. If we have guests in the studio,
You've gotten better.
Yeah.
You've gotten better. What are the totals on the points?
I can't remember who answered Preston on that one.
Steve did.
I did.
And Kathy and
me.
Marissa.
Kathy.
Yes.
All right, so Marissa's now in the lead.
4.
With 4. Steve's got 3. Kathy's got 3. Nick's got 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kathy is our next subject.
All right.
It's not a stretch of the imagination to say that if Kathy Romano had written the musical Rent, we would not be singing Seasons of Love and instead would be singing Seasons of Activities.
Yes.
Fall, winter, spring, or summer, which season will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities?
Oh. I got it.
That's a great question.
Yep. Will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities? Is it winter, spring, summer, or fall? And we're going to start with Steve.
This is sort of a tough one, but I know that Kathy and I share a lot of the similar loves of the various holidays. And now, while Christmas is a
Why
money,
you should have saved me on that ship.
Christmas is a money shot. I think though the stuff that happens around fall, between Thanksgiving and Halloween.
All that stuff.
Yeah, all that stuff, and all of the access to it is.
And with an 8-year-old, you're busy doing. Yeah, I got it.
Right.
Okay.
And
Nick?
all that stuff.
Yeah, I think just because I think it's your favorite time of year that you love the season itself that I went with fall as well.
Ah.
Fall activities.
Marissa.
Because they're so universal, they happen inside and outside, and I'm pretty sure it was your very first list. I'm guessing that. I went fall.
Fall activities.
Preston.
I'll just hit this. Yes.
And Casey.
I'll just hit this.
Fall activities.
And we'll go to Kathy and find out that the answer is.
So although summer is my favorite time of year, I get depressed when summer is over, and the way I get over my depression is through fall activities.
Everybody wins on that one. Wow, that's good.
Cool.
The second question about Kathy on the Preston and Steve Show. Kathy is often playfully painted as a somewhat asexual being who thinks foreplay is laying down a protective tarp. Remind me to tell you Dr. Ruth's story a little bit later. That said, what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship? While we're looking for a closet in weeks.
Marissa and I are going to differ.
This is Kathy. We will allow your answer to be in years.
So we're looking for weeks.
Yeah. Weeks? The closest in weeks. Yeah, we're looking for closest in weeks. This is Kathy.
Hold on, I need a calculator.
Well, yeah. So what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship?
All right.
All right. People are writing their answers down. You're in? Well, I don't think so. Casey.
Okay. This is a really, really tough one. I don't think you're as prudish as one would think. But like first date, 1 week, no. 2 week, no. 3 weeks, no. 4 weeks, I think is a nice, safe assumption.
All right, Casey says
about
4
a
weeks.
month.
About a month. Marissa.
I said that Kathy would approve of holding hands after 3 months.
Whoa.
Wow.
12 weeks.
Oh, Preston.
I think she's more of a slut than we believe she is. And I'd say Kathy would be cool. That maybe not for herself, but if she were to give advice, I'd say 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
That's a short one, yeah.
All right. Steve?
I agreed with Casey, and I think 4 weeks seems about right.
Okay. Nick?
First of all, I can't wait to hear that Dr. Ruth story. And then, second of all, I went with 3 weeks.
All right. It's all over the board.
Wow.
Kathy, are you a prude?
Okay, so I'm going to go initially with when I read this question, what my answer was going to be. And the question is going from one relationship to the next, how long you should wait in between, correct?
Yes.
Oh,
I thought it was after the first date.
After the
how long
first
to have sex?
Getting intimate, yeah.
date before getting intimate with someone.
Okay, so you meet somebody, how long will it take before you...
Right.
As they used to say, make whoopee.
Oh, all right. Okay. So from the first date. All right, then I need to rethink this because if it was from one relationship to another, I was going to say 24 weeks, 6 months.
Okay.
But I'm going to say, after the first date, and I forget what everybody said, but I'm going to say 4 weeks.
Wow.
All right, so point each.
All right, Steve, you are now tied with Marissa at 5.
All right.
I have 3. Kathy has 3. Preston has 3. And Nick has...
New stores, and that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. Our next guest is going to be performing at heliumcomedy.com. Helium Comedy. You can get tickets at heliumcomedy.com. Shows tonight and tomorrow. And this is your chance to see the guy you've seen in the movies in person doing his stand-up for you. And we've had him here on a few occasions. Absolutely. We love welcoming Mr. Kevin Nealon to our show. Hey, Kevin. Oh, why is your mic not on? Let's try that again. There we go.
There it is. Okay. Yeah,
Nice
there
to
it
see
is.
you.
Thank you so much for that rousing round of applaud. I didn't realize there were 300 people in here.
Yeah, we cram them in.
And only 4 clapped.
You know, Preston, why don't you do it again? I'm
Okay, and now, ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Nealon.
Oh, my God. Finally, they're waking up.
You actually, our favorite memories is of you. We used to do a thing called the Granny Grand Prix, and we had senior citizens racing go-karts, sometimes to great physical injury.
Yeah, I remember that.
But you came out and you played the banjo for us.
We had a banjo there for you.
Yeah. Thank God you don't have it today.
Has it been a while?
It's been a while.
Okay.
You know, I was driving in here listening to you guys because nothing else was on. and I heard you talking about Mother's Day gifts.
Yes.
And it hit a note with me because a couple of years ago, I couldn't decide what to get my wife. And a week before that, she was talking about how she hates to be stuck in traffic on the freeway and have to go to the bathroom. So, of course, I got her one of those porta potty Johns for the car.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, and she was furious. I'm telling you. Because I'm more practical. I think, let me get you something you can really use.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Instead of something you're going to return. Anyway, you know.
Well,
now, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, please, go ahead.
Did she eventually come around to that? Because she probably still has an issue with having to go to the bathroom in the car.
Yeah, I think she's used it already several times.
Yeah.
It's the kind you can empty out and reuse.
Otherwise, what's the purpose if you can't empty it?
It's called a plastic bag.
Yeah.
Wide mouth Gatorade bottle.
Well, we haven't talked about this on the air yet, but Steve, you wanted to talk about what Tori Spelling did when she had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, Tori Spelling had actually used one of her kids' diapers and actually sat on the diaper in the car. She was stuck in the famous L.A. traffic and had to sort of MacGyver a pee pad for herself. So I listen, when it becomes that oppressive, when it becomes that overwhelming, you've got to move heaven and earth to make sure that you somehow pee. And you can't, so you'd have to tell me, in those situations where the traffic gets that backed up, L.A. traffic, if you step out of the car, you're putting on a show for tons of people.
Yeah.
So the only way to do it is within your own vehicle, correct?
That is true. And I love getting this information because I always thought, keep a Gatorade bottle in the car with a wide opening. But if you keep a diaper and you just spread it, you don't have to wear it. You just spread it under you. Yeah. And that's the best. And by the way, I've learned how to pee outside the car without people, passerby seeing it. Well, I just open my door and the passenger door and I get between the two doors. And you could change that way. Yes. You could go to the bathroom and keep toilet paper in the car.
You can do it all. Well, what do they call those, the doors that are the classic, the
DeLorean doors?
Or the Rolls-Royce doors have the...
suicide doors.
Suicide
They
doors.
open forward. They open the other way. The gold wing are the ones that go up.
So the back door, so they basically they close this way instead of both outdoors doing
I see,
this.
like a regular door.
Right. And so you would have your protective cover with those suicide doors.
Oh,
Yeah.
I like that.
All you have to do is buy the old Kennedy limo that he was assassinated, and you'll have that.
Yeah. That was a Lincoln, though, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah,
because Kennedy was killed in a Lincoln, and Lincoln was killed near the Kennedy Center.
Oh, really?
Yeah. One of those weird elementary school facts.
Do you remember where you were when Kennedy was killed?
Yes, I do.
Where were you?
I was in school.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I remember where I was when Lincoln was shot.
I don't remember
Kennedy
where.
Center, oddly enough.
I don't remember where I was when we landed on the moon, but I remember where I was not on the moon.
Yeah.
I got you. Hang on.
Bang.
I wanted to bring up your podcast and your hiking with Kevin. You get out and you clearly at some point in your life found the zen that's available for hiking. You're an avid hiker. You bring your celebrity friends and people you've not met out for hikes, and it's wonderful. The story is that you were hiking with, I believe it was Matthew Modine, and that's when the notion of doing this as a regular thing occurred. Is that correct, or is that just urban legend?
That is, that's trail legend. It is, it is true. It's a web series I do on YouTube called Hiking with Kevin, and I hike with a different celebrity every week, mostly in the canyons of L.A., and we just talk. I got a selfie stick, with a GoPro in the end. I got a drone.
You're running a drone.
I run the drone.
Because at those shots, I'm like, he's got to have a drone.
I got a drone. So I'll stop with my guest, and I'll take the drone out, and I'll fly it around for like 5 minutes, and then put it back in my backpack.
It's a DJI drone?
It's a DJI.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So most people are okay with it. I'll tell them, hey, when I'm taking this out and setting it up, you can make phone calls, whatever you want to do, because we don't go that far in the outback. You know? And but I was on one hike with Jonathan Banks from Breaking Bad.
Yeah, he's great.
I love
that
him.
guy, yeah.
Mike Ehrmantraut.
Yeah, that's right. And we go a little ways, and I take out the drone and fly it around, and I put it back in the backpack. And then like 20 minutes later, I say, hang on a second. I go to take it out again. He goes, not with the drone again. So I didn't get a lot of shots of him with the drone.
And I think when he has that menacing potential. Yeah. For a guy who's somewhat diminutive, he's got like a Pesci thing going on.
Yeah. And then, but yeah, I started thinking about doing this with a hike with Matthew Modine from Stranger Things and Full Metal Jacket. And we were so out of breath going up this canyon, and we were talking like, so, Matt, when you first came to Hollywood, did you, and we were both talking like that, and I thought this would be funny to videotape. And so I videotaped it, and then I posted it on Twitter at the time, and it was fun. And then I thought I should do this every week with a different friend.
It works well, and I think it also you're out doing something very natural and zen-like, and I think it sort of peels away people's reticence to they seem a little bit more likely to open up.
Totally, man.
Yeah.
They're so forthcoming. And sometimes I can't believe how much they're revealing.
Yeah.
And I know what that's like because I hike a lot, and I go by people that are coming the other way, and they're talking. Their conversation is so interesting sometimes. I heard one guy walking by with his wife, and I heard, this is all I heard, honey, you think it's okay if I go golfing tomorrow? Another time, I was walking by this guy. It was like 4 kids following him, and he was talking about the black hole. And it was really interesting, so I started following them. And it was like joining a tour group,
A question about that, because we just had this conversation the other day, because some of us hike from time to time, and there are occasions when you're completely alone out on the trail, wherever it may be, and a lot of times back into the woods are what you find around here in Pennsylvania, and you're just enjoying the walk and the scenery and everything, and then you see another person coming from the other direction, and you can't help but be a little bit suspicious about that one other solitary person alone. Do you feel the same way, or have you ever encountered some odd people out there from time to time?
Oh, well, pretty much, yeah. I remember, by the way, whenever I walk into a 7-Eleven late at night, I think they're real suspicious that I'm going to rob the place, maybe. Because anybody that comes in late and no one else is in the store, I feel like they're thinking that about me.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But I do, when I see somebody on the trail, I'm actually kind of happy if I haven't seen anybody for a while.
Yeah.
But I remember when my parents were dying, I would go hiking because for me it's very meditative.
Yeah.
To go on, and I also very creative. I come up with a lot of material. In fact, I was hiking with Lin-Manuel Miranda one time in a trail in New York, and he goes, "This is where I wrote Hamilton."
Wow.
In the woods here. And I said, well, let's write something for me this time. But yeah, when my parents were dying, I would go hiking because it was meditative and healing for me. And sometimes I would be crying on the trail. About that. And then I see somebody else coming the other way, and all of a sudden I'm like, hey, man, how's it going?
Right.
What's up? And then after they leave, it's like,
Do you know what pisses me off, though? Because I will, when I try to, because of the knowledge that I'm going to be, I look like every serial killer and so on. And so I try to mitigate that a little bit. Hey, how are you? I'll try the pleasantries. When you're two people, in nowhere, in the middle of nowhere, how about very well, thank you, or whatever. Sometimes people just walk by and don't even acknowledge you. I'm like,
that pisses my cousin off.
What the hell's going on?
Yeah, because we do that. We ride bikes and stuff, and we'll ride past somebody, and he'll say, "Hey, good morning," and they won't say anything, and then he just continues to have a conversation. But you can tell he's pissed. Hey, wow, it's great! I'm so glad that you're having a great day. I'm like, it's all right. You don't have to say hi to everybody.
do you ever check to see if they don't have earbuds in?
Sometimes.
That is.
I hike with earbuds. Is that a bad idea? I feel like it's a bad idea.
Do you use them often?
I don't use them because I like to be outside and I'm thinking about stuff.
Yeah.
Although when I walk on the street, I listen. I'm learning how to speak Spanish.
You're doing like a Rosetta Stone type of thing?
Sort of like.
Yeah.
I mean, I do it with a woman in Mexico City. In fact, I have a lesson today at 12:30.
Really?
Yeah, for like an hour. And because when I turned 60, I said, man, I'm doing all the stuff that I said I was going to do in my life because, the clock's ticking.
Right.
So I took up Spanish, been doing that for 3 years.
Wow.
Learning how to play the piano, painting, all this stuff.
I'm looking at some of your artwork right now.
Whoa, that's
on your Instagram page. You are incredibly talented, sir.
I'm finally hearing that from people. I didn't realize you were talented like this.
An entire career of working in the arts, and they're saying to you, "Hey, I never realized you had talent."
I know, right? Yeah. So I started painting a long time ago. Doodles mostly. I wasn't painting. I was just doing doodles on the side of the margin at school. And during SNL, during the table reads, I would, if I wasn't in a sketch or I was bored, I'd just sketch somebody sitting across from me, whether it was Farley or whoever. And then I had these 2 caricature paintings. I do caricatures, mostly of celebrities. And I had them hanging on my wall with my parents just for like maybe 15 years. And I would, every night I'd go in the bed, I just subconsciously, I'd be studying those pictures to see what they exaggerated.
Wow.
And I think that was my big lesson there.
Well, and looking at these, they're not outrageous caricatures. You just accentuate it a little bit.
Some of them,
not like a mall artist.
In a few of these features, I mean, but, like some of that, the heads are larger than the body and things like that. But who instructed you in this, or did you just get it all together on your own?
Well, I just got it together on my own. I mean, like I said, I've been doing it for a long time.
It's incredible.
And I used to watch all those artists at the fairs, sketching, and I would stay there, and everybody else would go on the rides, and I'd stay there.
It is a Zen thing, isn't it? To get to just sit there with because I like to sketch, and I'm more along the comic book style, or just drawing, perspective or whatever.
Like the no talent style.
Like the no talent, yeah. So you'll buy, and for every 20 things you will sit down and doodle, like you may keep one of them.
Yeah, right.
Because it's just not that good. But it is that sort of thing. You're also a musician, obviously.
Yeah.
And you, the guitar was your first instrument?
It was when I was 10.
Okay. I think all of those things provide, an escape. And I also think when you have those abilities, some of the greatest comedic minds, and I will lump you in there as well because I think you deserve to be. I think benefit from that sort of, educational background. To have that in your quiver, so to speak, makes you, I think, a better comedian. Would you agree with that?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
No, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I like to be creative, and my wife says I have ADHD. And I won't accept that until I go and get professionally.
And why? I mean, at this point in your life, why even go?
Why tamper with it?
Do you know
what are we talking about here?
To get?
Yeah, why
he has it so bad he can't remember.
Yeah, Yeah, what if I do have it? How's that going to change things? Yeah, I leave the stove on once in a while. I can't find my wallet. The car I leave on sometimes. Who doesn't?
I would think that sort of thing benefits the comedic mind.
I have an electric car, so I'm used to getting out of it without turning it off. It's in the shop now. We're having a gas engine put in it. But I love that car. And when I get out of her car, I leave it on sometimes.
Right.
If you're tuning in, Kevin Nealon's going to be at Helium Comedy Club this week.
I think your career is fascinating, Kevin. I think you're just a fascinating person. And I didn't know until relatively recently that at one point you were considered to be the lead for Cheers. Cheers is my favorite sitcom of all time. You were going to be Sam Malone. Can you share that story? Do you mind sharing it again?
Sure, not at all. That was back in the 1900s. And, I was new to Hollywood. I was about 26, I guess. And I went in for this audition at Paramount Studios, and I got 5 callbacks. And on the last callback, the producers looked at each other and said, well, we're not getting any closer than this. I'm like, yeah.
Oh, man.
And I walked out. I looked at Paramount Studios and said, well, it's my new home. I wonder where my parking spot's going to be. You know, a week goes by, no, nothing. 2 weeks goes by, nothing. Finally, I find out that they're looking at older actors for the role, and Ted Danson got it.
So there's a whole bunch of history to that near miss sort of thing going on. But you got pretty successful at stand-up pretty quickly, correct? I mean, it was not too long before you took the stage, before you ended up on The Tonight Show.
Yeah. I mean, it really relatively quick for me, about 6 years.
Did that draw, was that other comedians looking at you going, you son of a bitch? Or was it a more fraternal sort of vibe?
I think it was both.
Yeah.
You know, I think comedians are very competitive. I think anybody in Hollywood is competitive in a way. And when somebody else gets something, you think, why didn't I get it? I'm working hard too. You know, I got, I did this, I did that. And you just can't compare yourself to other people. That's the downfall right there. But for me, it was like the highlight of my career. I mean, to this day, I've never done anything that was surpassed that.
The Tonight Show?
It's all I ever wanted, to get on there with Johnny Carson.
People cannot, in the framework now, I guess you could say, okay, you're a YouTube star with 200 million followers, or whatever the story was.
700 million.
700 million. Yeah. But that whole thing of having, when you'd get 40 shares and 50 shares, and these crazy things, when somebody appeared and did well on The Tonight Show, it was tectonic, right? Yeah. I mean, it was, but there's, as you said, so I understand when you're saying that was the pinnacle.
Oh yeah.
When you did it, how did it manifest the next day? The reaction to you?
I mean, I'm still floating on cloud 9.
Yeah, yeah.
When I think about it, it's like the biggest accomplishment I've done, even over Saturday Night Live or Weeds, any of those shows, because I was new. I was new to the field, and to do Carson, that was really the only talk show late at night at the time. And if you did that validated you as a stand-up.
Yeah.
And it happened very quickly for me. I auditioned for it, and I was actually auditioning for another show. And the talent coordinator called me the next day. He goes, well, I got good news and bad news. You're not right for this show, but that material I did last night is perfect for the Tonight Show. Can you do it on Monday, which was, 3 days from that day.
Wow.
So I practiced it, and I, over and over and over those 5 minutes. I could be talking to you now, but in my head, I'm going over my act. I'm about to go on, and I totally forgot my act. By the time I get out to the spot, I could not remember it. And after the last clap died down, I remembered it. And I was just, I was outside of my body watching me. The applause breaks. And Johnny, I could hear him laughing over there. And I thought, this is crazy. This is happening right now. And my lips were so dry because I was so scared. They stuck to the top, So I didn't want to lick them because I looked nervous.
Yeah.
Right? So I bring my lower lip up to match the top lip.
That's the stuff of chills.
What were the bookings like immediately after that? Did you just start getting flooded with offers to do stand-up?
Yeah, I mean, people calling me, agents, and I still have my recording at home when you used to have a tape inside the message, again, back in the 1900s. I mean, everybody, all the comics, Paul Reiser, Brad Garrett, Gary Shandling, Bob Saget. And I still have that to this day.
Wow.
And people did call me clubs. Now I'm a headliner all of a sudden.
That's great. It's amazing.
I went back and I just finished watching Curb Your Enthusiasm recently, which just wrapped up. And so I enjoyed it so much that I started watching it again. And you're in an episode, I think 2004, 2005. First of all, what was that experience like? And are you friendly with Larry at all?
Yeah, Larry was one of the first comics I ever saw in New York City at the Catch a Rising Star. And those comics back then were in New York. I went there to check out the clubs. That was the first club I ever went to, and he was one of the comics. I remember somebody was heckling him from the audience or drunk, and you can't see from stage because the lights are so bright.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have a lot of patience.
No kidding.
He called that person out. He goes, "You and me outside right now, right now." The guy stands up. He's like 6'5", like, 250 pounds. And they went outside and he didn't come back in. Larry did not come back in.
Wow.
But I did ask, Larry is very blunt with you because why does he have to, put on
airs?
Airs, yeah. So I asked him a couple years ago, hey, say Larry, because I know him. I said, Larry, you want to do my hike? And he didn't pull any punches. He goes, no, I don't want to do it. But being on that show was fun.
Yeah.
2 times I had great times. That, Larry David, and the Larry Sanders Show with Gary Shandling.
Oh, man.
But Larry David, we got into one of those laughing fits where we couldn't stop laughing. And
I love to see you when you break down, and you had a moment recently with Cohen. How long did the laughing fit go on with Larry David?
They had to shut down everything. They had to turn off the cameras and everything. But that was a fun episode because I played the wife of this Asian woman. I think I could say that.
Yeah.
And her father was a failed kamikaze pilot.
That's right.
He failed.
And I said,
Kamikaze pilot, okay.
He said something. Larry said something about how he's a failed kamikaze pilot. And my wife's brother tried to commit suicide, and he was in the hospital. So I said, Larry, you have to apologize to him. And the whole thing about it was he calls him to apologize. But I find out he was eating pistachios at the time he was apologizing. It was a big discussion about you cannot apologize to somebody when you are enjoying something else like pistachios. Nah, call her. So
That's great.
sometime during that.
So you...
By the way, I never broke character on SNL. I came close with a sketch with Farley once.
Wait, I wanted to bring that up because I wanted to know if you knew that you are Philly famous right now because John Kruk is one of the announcers for the Phillies.
Oh, yeah.
And there is a sketch going around all the time of Chris Farley as John Kruk during the 93. It was October of 93. They were playing that night in Toronto. And you're like, John, shouldn't you be up in New York? Up in Toronto right now?
Yeah.
And he just stands up and he walks around. He's like, oh, jeez.
Is that the one?
Jeez.
Yeah. No, the one I was in with him is the one with Chippendale Dancer. He was auditioning to be Chippendale Dancer.
Legendary.
And I was one of the judges with Mike Myers and Jan Hooks.
And Patrick Swayze, yeah.
Yeah, every time I looked up at him, I saw that naked torso and the belly sloshing back and forth like the pool on the Titanic, And I had to look down. But, a lot of those cast members, they break up in the last couple of decades. And I kind of cringe when I see that because it's almost like they're doing it on purpose.
Yes, yes. And I agree. Yeah. So when it's natural, yes, you can tell.
Yeah.
But when it's forced as a way to tap out of something that's not quite working, that I don't like. I agree 100%. The word is that Lorne Michaels
frowned upon
it extensively. Now I know that some of the people kind of did it, and it became something that the audience liked.
Yeah.
But once you ruin the illusion that way, the show. Well, actually, Larry David was on a show called Fridays.
I remember that.
Where they broke all the time.
Yeah.
And it just seemed like a sloppier SNL,
Yeah. And it's not good for the writers. It's because their sketch isn't being played out like it should be. But speaking of the Titanic, I'm going to back up a little bit.
Okay. No, please. If you have a Titanic story, that's amazing.
Somebody asked me if I have any memories of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And I didn't think of it at first, but then I remembered that when I was 6 until I was 10, I lived in Germany. And we came back from Germany. My father worked for a helicopter company. And they had what he called a contract with a German outfit. That's how they talked back then. I always thought it was lederhosen, So we came back on the SS United States, big, ship, which is here on Dock 6, I think, in dry dock.
Oh,
so
my
I'm
God.
going to go visit that because I left a few things on that boat.
It had the record at the time for the fastest.
5 days, I think it took us to get across.
They're desperately trying to find someone who can step up and refurbish it, and it's very, very expensive.
And
just
that's
to
why I'm
maintain
here
it.
this week.
You have the benefits.
Wow.
Helium Comedy Club pays so much money.
You're going to have some excess.
Yeah.
It's your We Are the World moment.
That's right. That's right.
I wanted to ask Kevin, and once again, Kevin Nealon's going to be at Helium Comedy Club this weekend, tonight and tomorrow, heliumcomedy.com. Heard rumblings of a potential Happy Gilmore sequel recently. Is that?
That's what I'm hearing. Yeah. And I'm looking forward to that. I think a lot of people would love to see that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Carl Weathers is no longer with us. And Bob Barker.
Joe Flaherty.
Joe Flaherty
as well,
yeah. I mean, why do it then?
Yeah. Your relationship with Sandler over the years, and he's actually, we've had him on the show on phone. Love to get him in the studio at some point. He's done stuff here, but the word is the set and the way he treats the people that work with him is just phenomenal. Is it that kind of experience where it's just like going home?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun because a lot of us have known each other since SNL, like Spade and Snyder and whoever else is on there. And it's just a lot of laughing, playing guitars, playing basketball. We went to South Africa to shoot Blended.
Yes.
I love that movie, by the way.
It's a good one.
I thoroughly enjoyed that, and I didn't, I don't know why. I mean, the track record for Adam has been pretty good over these years, and they're always like feel good or whatever.
Yeah.
But that one in particular, I didn't see in the theater. It just ended up on like HBO or something like that. I'm like, oh, I really like this one. Terry Crews was great in it, and I was looking through your Wikipedia, and you have been all over this world. You were born in St. Louis. You said Germany, and then you grew up in Connecticut, essentially.
Yeah.
But you played rugby, too.
I did for 3 years.
All right, so my son plays rugby. He's got semifinals for the state on Sunday.
No way.
Yeah.
That's great.
So he's a scrum half, but like you went and played at Fairfield, which is a big rugby school.
Yeah.
Preston, the rugby house at Fairfield University is on the beach.
Ooh.
It is just like, it is straight up on the beach.
Well, now you're confusing two things.
Okay. Oh, no.
I didn't play rugby for Fairfield U.
Oh.
But I played with the Connecticut Yankees, which was a league, part of the league in Connecticut. But I did play football at Fairfield U. I was the quarterback.
You're quarterback.
And the kicker and the punter.
So you people don't realize you're actually a pretty big guy. I think they don't, you know. Yeah. And so you've been athletic, obviously, all your life. The rugby can be a really brutal sport. Did you incur any substantial injuries during your sports career?
Mostly at the after parties. They have crazy, dangerous after parties.
Rugby? Oh, yes.
They're saying limericks, and there's a lot of beer. One time I was talking to this older guy from our team. He was probably 35 at the time. And he's just drunk. He's a Scottish guy. He's talking away to everybody. And I took my mouthpiece, my mouth guard, and I put it in his beer. He didn't even know it. Yeah, he's drinking the beer. You know? Well, I saw him leave later with a mouth guard in his mouth.
There's some legendary drinking traditions in rugby. Did you ever do the boot?
Shoot the boot?
I didn't shoot the boot, but I've seen people do that.
Oh, my God.
Jesus, that's where you...
They pour the drink down their ass crack into the boot, right?
Yeah.
And then, like, several players would do that, and then someone has to drink it all.
I can tell you something a little more gross than
Go
that.
ahead. Lay it on us.
I take a bar rag, and I run it down the whole bar, you know, and then I wring it out into a glass, and I give it to somebody to drink.
We call that a Jersey Turnpike.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's what it's called?
Yeah. It's a Jersey Turnpike.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've heard of that before.
Yeah.
Is Fairfield, Connecticut? Is that what your connection to John Mayer was? You guys are friendly, right?
Yeah.
And he's from there as well.
He is from there. Meg Ryan, too.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah, and Teddy Roosevelt.
Did you know Teddy?
Teddy and I went to high school together.
Yeah. You vacation at Sagamore Hill.
Yeah, he was a rough rider, that guy.
Yeah.
But no, I didn't know John Mayer then. He was a lot younger than I was. But I met him on The Tonight Show.
Oh, wow.
When he was first coming out, to do his stuff. And then, you know, we have some mutual friends. We hang out a little bit.
He played down the hall here 22 years ago, and I was the only dude in the room. It was me. John was the other dude, and 12 ladies. And I saw him perform the night before at the TLA theater here in Philadelphia. And he broke a guitar string during the performance and then didn't miss a beat, tuned the guitar to itself as he was playing, and just kept right on going. And it was just one of these subtle moments, but it also showed what a genius he is. He's an incredibly gifted guitar player.
So gifted. So he's one of those guys you could sit down and start playing a song, you know, hey, Yellow Tube of Virginia? And he won't know it, but he'll watch you and he'll just pick up and then he'll do a riff in the middle. It's like, I'm stunned. I play the guitar. I can't play. I know maybe 3 songs by now, you know, 40 years later.
What's your style? Because Mayer's a big jam band guy, and obviously with the Grateful Dead and so on and so forth. What would you say? Straight up rock or yacht rock? What's your?
For me?
Yeah.
Oh, I grew up on James Taylor.
James Taylor.
So
Okay.
it was a lot of finger picking and the Beatles, of course.
Yeah.
James Taylor might have the perfect voice.
And the great guitar style.
Oh, yeah.
It's just crisp. That was the great thing about SNL. I got to meet all of my heroes.
Yeah.
Rocking Eric Clapton, Mick Jagger.
Who left
Paul
you
Simon.
the weakest in the knees when you met them? Of that whole high. I mean, you have some of the most talented luminaries in entertainment. Who almost crippled you when you met them?
Oh my God! Well, at the time, I was a huge Steve Martin fan and James Taylor, and they were both on the show at the same time.
Wow!
It's like a threesome. And Dolly Parton too.
Yeah,
she crushed everybody. Everybody was in love with her. The crew. She was amazing.
In your time on SNL, and I don't know if it's any different now, when there is a musical guest, how accessible is that guest to the cast members? Like, can you guys, I want to meet that person, or do some of them, stay separate and they only come out, they do their couple songs, and then they get out of there?
Yeah, some of them are stay alone. Like Madonna was a little hard to get to.
Yeah.
Although she was in, Mike Myers was in the dressing room with her. They were talking about a sketch. I forget which one it was. I guess Wayne's World. And the sketch called for him kissing her. And I could hear her saying, "No tongue." No tongue.
Didn't they did
Does
a
that
parody?
seem odd that Madonna would? No tongue.
Yeah.
I mean, we imagine she's at that time she was projected as the most sexually adventurous.
Yeah.
No tongue.
Prince was on this on when I was there, and I was really intimidated by him. I didn't say, but I did walk by the dressing room, heard him say the same thing. No tongue. But that was about picking the guitar.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, everybody would. That was for a musician to go on that show was just a huge badge of honor.
Oh, and you guys,
the greats come through there.
You guys became the legends as well. I mean, and you know what? I had a chance to just kind of look back at some of the skits. Jan Hooks, who's just. And I'm thinking, man, I hope people remember just how freaking good Jan Hooks was. And you guys had a relationship for a while, and she was. I think you both joined SNL at the same time. She was amazing.
She was probably one of the most underrated and one of the top, I think, 5 sketch players, the women on the show. Aside from Kate McKinnon and Kristen Wiig, and a couple others. But she was right up there. And we were great friends for 6 years.
Yeah.
I met her at an audition. I fell in love with her. She wasn't interested, but I got her number, and we became really, really good friends. And she was always breaking up with a boyfriend. And I was thinking, why aren't we going out? And then one night, we went out to this club at the time called the Palomino Club, just a random club. And had a couple of beers, and that's when our relationship started. And we got on SNL, and after about a year, there was trouble. And it's really bad when you're working with somebody on a show like that.
Yeah.
And she also had incredible stage fright.
Really?
Yeah. Friday nights, I'd have to really kind of work her down. And
she seemed so fearless.
That's what I'm saying. She'd get on the set, and all of a sudden, like, who's this? I thought she was scared. She just rose to the occasion. But yeah, really, really, really talented. I would watch her in amazement.
It's so good to hear that. Yeah.
SNL has, there's a couple of different camps. There's the stand-up people that get them on there. There's the sketch people that get on there as well. You were more of the stand-up. Had you done any flirting with sketch before then? No kidding.
No, I would watch other comics that are on that show, and I go, I would think, I guess they studied, like, they would see a lot of characters around New York, and that's how they. I had to learn how to do sketch. I had to transfer from writing jokes to writing sketches and characters. And it just
no easy task.
No, but it did come pretty easy. But it gets to the point where you're looking everywhere to come up with something. I would go through a video store like Blockbuster. I'd be looking at the titles of movies to see if that would jar anything, or you just listen to conversations. But yeah, I mean, the sketch stuff was fun because you're working with other people. We're used to working alone.
Was the easiest port for your stand-up because you were hosted the Weekend Update, and that seems to be more linear to stand-up, correct? But still, there's that thing. You are also in the pantheon of that group, and obviously Norm Macdonald's always invoked, and Dennis Miller, and so on and so forth. What's the key? Because Dennis Leary talks about how he enjoyed it, but not Dennis Leary, Colin Quinn, about how it was he couldn't felt he couldn't quite get a handle on it. What's the key to doing the Weekend Update?
For me, it was Chevy Chase. That's he was my role model for that, because I saw him first, and that made me really laugh a lot. But they got to a point where people were just doing their personality. Like now with Colin Jost and Michael Shea, they're really just reading the news and then laughing about it and commenting on it to each other. Yeah. I like more of the pseudo newscaster.
Exactly. It got away from that. Dan Aykroyd and it was all, here's the news, and playing that part of it, and that's gone.
It was more the story than it was the character. And if you kept it dry, I like that, and subtle, and took your time with it.
In fact, Norm stepped away a little bit from that button down. He was the one, and obviously wove in the whole OJ stuff and everything. But I agree with you. I initially did really love the faux button-down anchor kind of guy, and because it's a slight parody of those people.
Again, we're talking about stand-up comics that are now, both of those guys are stand-up comics, I believe. Yeah. And so, they're not so much a sketch. You never see them in sketches. I was doing sketches as well, so I was juggling a few different things.
I love your relationship with Conan O'Brien. You've done his show. He's done your show. You guys have gone hiking together, and Conan Needs a Friend is one of my favorite programs. I love that podcast. Yeah. Did your friendship start at SNL, or did it start? Yeah. Was it after that? Okay.
It started at SNL. In fact, Conan tells me the story a lot. He went in to meet with Lorne Michaels, the creator of the show, and Lorne asked him who he likes on the cast. And he said that I was his favorite comic and found me funny.
Yeah, I have no doubt that that's the case, because they're the one of his, and Nick, I'm sure you saw it. These two, Conan and Kevin, are literally in tears, recounting so much so that I was just laughing and I couldn't quite make out what you were saying, and I was laughing.
I know.
Was that common all throughout your relationship for you to crack each other up that way?
We have a thing where we're always criticizing each other about not being able to take down the wall, the emotional wall, and really be honest, and we blame each other. We accuse each other of doing that. So that's kind of been the underlying tone for our relationship. And I keep teasing him about, how proud I am of him becoming so successful, being so mediocre.
It's so good. I love it so much.
Yeah, it's a fun thing. If you get a chance, check it out.
Yeah,
I've done a few of those with him, but I think the last one was probably the one we had the most fun with.
Yeah, it's all there for your taking.
Well, you can check out those videos, or you can go see Kevin live, because he's going to be at Helium Comedy tonight. There's two shows, 7 and 9:30, and then tomorrow's a 6 p.m. show and an 8:30 show, and you can get those tickets at heliumcomedy.com. Kevin, it is always a treat to have you by here. Thanks so much for coming in.
Thank you. Likewise. I love you guys. Are so fun and easy to be with.
Appreciate it, man.
Most of you.
Not case. All right, Kevin Nealon, everyone. Take a break and we'll be right back. We have your last chance to win $1,000 with us for Good Money Yet. Stay there.
Nick, you are stuck with 4.
I'm done.
You're done.
That's right, because Nick is going to... Wait, do we...
We have Marissa as well.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so there's still a chance for everybody.
We'll do Nick. A penny saved is a penny earned is more than just a maxim. It's also what you whisper in Nick's ear to make him horny. And while we kid Nick about his frugal way of life, who will he say is the next cheapest person on the show? So Nick being the cheapest, who would be the next cheapest human on the show?
Who
15 seconds.
Say? Yes.
Yeah, Nick will say this person is... the next
I got
cheapest.
this one.
You got this one?
Yeah,
we'll start with you then, Preston.
I think that that somebody who knows a good bargain and is the queen of returns would absolutely look, and she looks for coupons all the time. She looks for special deals. It's got to be Kathy.
Got to be Kathy.
Got to be Kathy.
My wife's the same way.
Yep.
All right, Casey.
When you said Queen of Returns, I was so relieved that you didn't say me. But I was thinking the same exact thing. She never pays for shipping. Yeah, so Kathy Romano, no doubt.
Okay. Marissa?
I actually think that Casey's family is just, I think your wife is the same, and I think your family, and I think it bleeds onto you a little bit, so I'd say Casey.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, in a good way. All great ways.
Kathy?
Oh, okay. So I did not think of myself. I don't think of myself as cheap, although I love a coupon and don't like to pay for shipping. I won't not buy it if I don't find the coupon.
Really?
Yeah, and just because.
But you like quality too, though.
Yes,
so,
and I
yeah.
like quality items as well. I went with Preston because I believe that Nick and Preston, when we talk about tipping conversations, they always have a similar opinion. So so I went with Preston.
Okay. And what is, just briefly, what is your tipping deal?
Just that Steve always goes over the top, and they'll do like the standard tip, like what's listed, and and not really go over.
Tip
like
based on performance, not just
Right.
Steve is going to tip over tip no matter what.
I always over tip. I always do. Steve.
So, and for that reason, because Preston is not cheap at all, but we have those conversations on air, and when we talk about the tipping, those two will take that angle, and so I said Preston.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Nick, survey says.
Well, it turns out that Kathy and Steve are right. I went with Preston.
Oh!
And it was because of the way that we think about stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And because you're kind of cheap.
He's very generous.
Joking.
You see my bill from the vacation I just took?
Do you hate it when they include the tip without asking you?
No.
That doesn't bother you?
That doesn't bother me. In fact, added gratuities I'm fine with. But if I did get service that was not good, I think that it reflects on the tip. I mean, absolutely.
Do you talk to the server and say this is why?
No.
Never done that.
I can't tell you the last time that I had really bad service and I left anything less than 20%.
Okay.
But I mean, but I usually 20% is about right for me. So
okay. Okay. Second question about Nick. Anyone who knows Nick knows his passion for music and his love of both Eddie Vedder and Dave Matthews.
I hate Dave Matthews.
This begs the question: which of the following two scenarios will Nick pick? Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs, or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs.
Wow.
Steve Morrison, you are a sick man.
I love that I got a gay joke and a cheap joke.
Yes. So Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs, or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs. All right, that's what we're looking for. We're going to start with Steve.
Well, I thought about this, obviously.
Apparently you have.
And I think that Nick holds both of these gentlemen in high regard, but I think Nick is more concerned with how Eddie would think of him, so he would prefer to have Eddie direct him being violated by Dave Matthews.
Eddie directs is what you're saying.
Right.
Okay, Kathy?
No, I went opposite. I think that Eddie definitely violates him, because if a man is going to violate him, it's going to be Eddie Vedder, and it's just a bonus that Dave is there. So
Just a what?
A bonus that Dave is there.
Okay.
So
It's just a bonus.
That's interesting.
he can direct.
All right, Marissa?
I think that Nick probably enjoys Eddie's voice more, so Eddie directs.
Look, and we've got
And I drew a picture.
visual aids.
She drew a picture.
Oh, my.
I thought it would be mouth and not.
No, it's from behind.
Yeah.
Oh, Preston.
Creative ingenuity.
you know what? This is actually, I have a new band name from this.
What is it?
Grunge Cuck.
Grunge Cuck. I love
Grunge
it.
Cuckle. I think that Nick's deep love for Eddie Vedder would mean that he would want him deep inside of him. So I'm going to go with Eddie violating while Dave directs.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
And Casey Boy.
I did the same thing. I think he would love to have Eddie in him, and also opposite of what you were saying, Marissa. I think he likes Dave's speaking voice more.
That's interesting.
But when Dave Matthews sings, he sounds like a billy goat to me. Okay, I don't know.
He does kind of,
He does, right?
But maybe in the
Mumbles a little
bedroom,
bit.
it's a little bit more.
Could be.
I genuinely appreciate all the thought that all you guys put into each, and the drawing, Marissa, was the pièce de résistance.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go with I would love to have sex with Eddie Vedder no matter what.
And Dave is directing.
Yeah, Dave is directing.
How do we do on the points on that one, Casey?
I don't remember.
I didn't get a point.
I did.
Okay. All right. And then Preston, what did you say?
I did. I got a point, yeah.
All right. So we have Preston at 5, Marissa at 5, Kathy at 5, Steve at 6, Casey at 4.
So Steve at 6.
God bless our callers. They've been on hold for 30 minutes now. That's
Sorry, guys.
Hang in there, guys.
So
All right.
about that.
We leave the best for last. Marissa.
Marissa.
It is no secret that Marissa spends a lot of time out on the town attending the trendiest events often having to check her license to remember where she lives. Of all the multitude of events, parties, clubs, etc. that Marissa attends or frequents, which will she admit makes her feel the most pompous? All right, she goes to events. Whenever I used to live here, I'd run into her at 2 in the afternoon and 2 in the morning. And the question is, which of all the events she goes to makes her feel the most pompous? Interesting question. We're going to start with Steve.
This, to me, even as writing the question, I thought, is this too easy? But I figured, what the hell, why not go for it? I'm going to have to say dinner en blanc.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
Fancy schmancy event.
Right.
Absolutely. Okay, Kathy.
I said the same thing just because I think she knows the joke behind it and that we all kind of
Make fun of
laugh.
her?
Yeah, laugh that she's going again.
Nick?
The name itself is pompous, so I went with dinner en blanc.
Okay. Preston?
I actually know it's her favorite event, though, so I don't know if it would be considered her the most pompous, but I couldn't think of another more pompous event, so I went with dinner en blanc as well.
Casey?
I honestly couldn't think of anything but dinner en blanc.
All right, so Marissa.
All right, so I thought about this long and hard, and I thought about picking up and going to Europe or Cuba or, just going to some random new Mark Vetri restaurant or something. And all of these, you guys make fun of me for being pompous. But even though I feel like it isn't that pompous, but I'm also just defending it, it's got to be dinner en blanc.
All right, so the
That's a
scores
clean
remain
sweep.
the same. Steve is still in the lead with 7 correct answers, I believe, now.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, and so the only ones that can either tie are Kathy and Preston.
All right, last question. To walk a mile in Marissa's shoes is to see the world at a sub-nose level. Which show member? Oh, my God, I can't believe this is the last question.
Oh, my God.
Which show member will Marissa say has the most out-of-control nose hair or cave bats situation?
Wow.
Wow. She's short. She looks up in various places that they think others don't. Preston is in the lead. We could have a potential tie. Then we will go to a tiebreaker question. I have no idea what that is, but we'll figure it out. We're going to start with Casey.
Okay, so it couldn't be me because I pick my nose all the time. So there's like virtually never any bats in the cave. I got to go with Preston on this one. I don't really have any other explanation of him.
All right, Preston.
You know what? I've brought this up several times that Marissa has to view nose hairs regularly. I'm the tallest member of the show, so I gotta put myself in that category. She probably sees the most. Yep.
Nick, I'm hoping it's not me, but I'm going to go with Preston as well.
All right, Kathy.
I went with Preston as well because of the height. His height.
Steve.
I went with Casey.
Wow. Because?
Only because I figured there's a lot of work around there just lodging things, and stuff might be more visible because of that. Though Preston is taller, obviously, and the angle's probably better. I went with Casey.
All right, so potential tie here. Marissa, the answer is...
All right, I'm going to admit something to you guys. There is only one member of the show whose nose I've looked up, and it's because he's constantly pointing it out and seeking my approval. It's Preston.
All right.
There you go.
So, Casey, tell us the score, please.
All right. The final score is, I got to give him 1 and her 1. We have a 3-way tie.
Oh.
3-3. WMMR, Sharp Dressed Man. Preston and Steve show. Looking at the clock on the wall. It says that it's 10:01, and we got to get you this.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. It's time for a Good Money It keyword.
The word is infinite. It is spelled INFINITE. Infinite. However you want to say it or spell it. But actually, you do need to spell it right. INFINITE. Infinite. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to do that. 3 ways to enter it. You can text it to the special contest short code number 45911 or WMMR.com, or you can use the MMR app. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com, and it is brought to you by McLaughlin Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. So again, the word is infinite. You need to enter that now. We're going to take our final look at traffic. Marissa, what you got?
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we got a few stories to share before we wrap the B-File for the week. A 45-year-old man in South Korea was rushed to an emergency surgery after consuming an amount of expandable foam.
Oh, man.
The inedible product ended up molding to the shape of his stomach and piercing through the sensitive lining, causing severe pain that required surgery to prevent a fatal gastric perforation and resulting infection.
So it created like almost like a lump sculpture of his stomach.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Doctors detailed the injury recently, saying that it led to the organ tearing and leaking its contents.
Why would you do that?
Fortunately, the patient suffered no long-term effects after a 2-week hospital stay, though no one knows for sure why he ate the foam. Experts suggest it could be linked to the pica disorder, which causes people to crave non-food items. But wow, that's messed up.
It's your next connoisseur.
Yeah. Police say a highly intoxicated grandfather in California has been charged with child endangerment after he paid a homeless woman $20 so he could grab a drink at a bar and then proceeded to wander around later asking for help and declaring that the 7-year-old had been kidnapped for human trafficking.
This is terrible.
Listen to this guy. Jason Warren was arrested in Sacramento after police responded to a 911 call from someone who said they spoke to a man walking around the parking lot pleading for help to find the girl. That call to dispatch prompted sheriffs to use a helicopter, drones, and K9 units to immediately launch a search.
I just gotta find the kid.
Just 30 minutes later, police said that the homeless woman heard an announcement over a nearby PA system about the search and brought the girl back to the bar parking lot. The female confirmed that Warren had given her money to take the child to the thrift store where she worked. She went on to tell deputies that Warren was highly intoxicated. She did not think that he could care for the child.
You're a bad gumpy.
So the woman took the girl to her camp to give her food, and the child corroborated what the woman told police. The sheriff's office said the child was not injured nor in distress, but she was given a medical evaluation as a precaution.
All I got to say is you better lawyer up.
And so the grandfather had apparently remarked, 4 hours I was there.
Oh, my God. Time flies when you're completely drunk.
Warren told the outlet that he was having car trouble when he pulled up to the bar, and he claimed his cell phone was dead. He also said that he knew that he couldn't take the girl into the bar. So he left her with this homeless woman. Her last name was Jope.
Oh, my car broke down in front of a bar. Don't mind if it do.
A woman who worked at the thrift store where Jope took the child to told Fox that she was smiling and happy when they browsed the store. Jope said that she also got the girl an ice cream and let her visit with her dog at the encampment. So police officer Amar Gandhi called Jope, for lack of a better word, a guardian angel, that this homeless woman was the hero in this. And then Warren said from behind glass at the Sacramento jail, "Is it my fault for leaving my granddaughter with a guardian angel?"
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, it is.
He should be his own lawyer.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm going to introduce evidence to suggest I made the correct move.
When asked if he would do it again, he said, "Yes, I would."
What was the question?
He said, "Everything I did, I told God, and I said, you know what? It's your will, God, not mine."
Your Honor, with Jesus, all things are new.
Wow. A Subway manager, meaning the sandwich place, is recovering from injuries to her face after a customer decided to attack employees for not putting enough meat on his sandwich.
You got to pay for the extra meat. Any idiot knows that at Subway.
The manager, who was hit in the face, said the customer escalated the situation because he wanted more ham.
I want more ham.
She called in to work that day she was called into work that day by her employers, who said a man was mad because he didn't get double ham on his sandwich.
Look at this. Does that look like enough ham to you?
Even though the store had proof, he only paid to have 6 extra slices of meat, not 12.
Yes.
And she said, I still can't feel half my face.
Don't give me that back talk, bitch.
I'm scared that there's going to be some kind of damage that's permanent, and I've never been so numb to where my face feels like it's a mask. Police officer said they arrested George Sandoval, the man who they say hit her that night for battery. Hilario said that she never stood a chance. She said, "I'm 4'11". This guy's 6'5", almost 400 pounds.
Clocking her over ham.
Yeah.
Ham-ass.
Now she says Scared to go back to work. One more time, please.
Ham-ass.
What is that from?
Ham-ass.
All right, so the words ham-ass came up. That is a moniker of mine.
Oh, okay, that's right. You made that up.
That's right, yes.
Yeah. The manager, who is out on leave, said she plans on pressing charges and potentially even suing the man for what he did.
The voice is what's getting me.
Ham-ass.
Is that simply just pitched down?
Yeah, that's all that is.
Ham-ass.
And you know what? I'm sorry that ham-ass never took off.
Yeah, well, it was too close to Hamas. So.
Oh, that's right.
Ham-ass.
Yeah. God.
Oh, that was like the story of the Christmas company that offered
that's right.
instead of Christmas they had Hamas.
That's
which
right.
read as Hamas.
Right.
Ham-ass.
And there was that cartoon from the 70s about ISIS, right?
Yes, yeah. And a diet supplement called AIDS.
That's right.
All right, finally, a bizarre incident at the Waukesha County Jail in Wisconsin. A couple who have been dating for 5 years have been charged with disorderly conduct after they were caught on surveillance video last week having sex on the floor of the jail lobby.
Ooh, that's got to be clean.
The lobby. The deputy who responded to the call reported that Karen Hill admitted to the encounter with Desmond Cleveland, and she admitted it was consensual. By the way, she's 67, he's 28.
Oh, my God.
And
talk about ham ass.
She said it was consensual and that she had tried to cover them up to avoid being seen. Despite the nearly 40-year age gap.
They can't find your vagina.
Despite the nearly 40-year age gap between the couple, Cleveland simply said of the late-night incident, S happens.
Okay. Yeah.
Sure does, especially in the lobby.
Yep, that was the excuse. And there you go. That is your bizarre file for today. All right, you have 5 minutes left to enter the word infinite. That is the good money it keyword that is now yours to enter. Infinite, INFINITE. Make sure that you do enter that now because this will be your last shot with the Preston and Steve show to win Good Money It. Pierre's going to have another crack at it at noon and then again at 3 and 5 today, your opportunities. But running out, so make sure you don't miss it. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Between Preston Elliott, Steve Morrison, and Cap.
Thought of something else I did one time, but immediately, here I am as an adult thinking I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. One time we were doing a promotion at the Granite Rim Mall with Y100, and we had we used to take a little putter and a putting green, and we would do a putting contest. Yeah. When you go to these promotions, you have a little game. People can play, come on, and when so we're out there and we're bored. Nobody's coming out there. And I decide to take the putter and take a full-on driver swing.
No, you didn't.
To the golf ball. Or I was pretending to. I was going to swing over the ball. And, of course, I'm aiming right at the parking lot. And we were there was like a tent sale going out there, something. So there was a wide open area where nobody was parked. But about 50 yards away, there were cars. I swung at this thing. I hit the ball. And it goes over and thunk and hits the side of a car. Big, huge dent in the side of it. And I tell an intern, I go, go get the golf ball. Go get the golf ball right now. Go get it. So they ran and got the golf ball, and I go, put the whole golf ball thing away. Put the whole putting green thing away.
Appearance over. Appearance over.
Yeah. Attention.
We've got our winner.
Yeah. So put the golf ball away.
Appearance over.
And sure enough, like 10 minutes later, somebody comes walking out, and they look at the side of their car, and it's got a big dent in it, and I didn't fess up to it.
All right. How many years ago?
You're 15, 16.
You're an adult man.
I know. Wow. Here I am. I'm confessing it right now.
Now,
that was not cool.
Don't say. But do you remember what kind of car or what color it was or anything like that? Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But it was. I remember them looking down and them looking around, and here I.
People do that all the time.
Hands in my pocket.
Didn't we have a potato gun at one event? And we had it was like on a mortar, and we shot it into the parking lot. And didn't we hit a car?
Nope, that never happened. Nope, I think there was another
you
show.
come to any of our events, park far away.
I regret it. I wouldn't mind making good on that.
Well, listen.
Not really.
What are you going to buy a new car 15 years later?
I heard what you said, you son of a bitch. I spent years trying to figure out how that happened. I thought it was my fault.
Yeah, what would you guys say would be like a movie
Star
theme
Wars?
or score? Yes, Casey, it's number one.
Sorry, I didn't mean to-
no, it's all right.
No, you were asked.
That got 24% of the votes. Almost a quarter of people surveyed cited that as the most memorable.
What percentage are John Williams scores at the top?
Yeah, it's probably Star Wars, Indiana Jones.
Nope, it's just the one.
Oh.
So because after that is
007?
Nope, Saturday Night Fever.
Okay.
Bee Gees.
Yep, so Night Fever, Night Fever.
Staying alive, staying
Or
alive.
Staying Alive, I guess.
Staying alive.
You know what that needed?
And you can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man.
Dirty Dancing.
Dirty dancing.
13%.
But that's not a theme song. It's not like when the movie started, it was like, now I had. No, like that's.
We're dirty dancing, dirty dancing.
By the way, I saw
He's right
that.
though. There's no dirty dancing theme.
No.
There are songs within Dirty Dancing that are songs.
By the way, I saw on a commercial the other day for some food product, they used Hungry Eyes from that soundtrack as well.
Yes.
Hungry Eyes.
What's that other? She's like the wind.
Hungry Eyes.
I mean, my favorite song from that movie is this one.
I love this.
Who's this hula hana of? Come on, I want a hula back.
What were the hits from the soundtrack? You had that. You had the
You had Hungry Eyes, you had Time in My Life. Those were the two biggies.
right,
And
and
there
then
was,
She's Like the Wind.
She's Like the Wind was in that as
and
well.
that's Patrick Swayze singing that,
Oh,
right?
yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
They had so many hits that were already songs. That it was such a popular album that they made two of them.
What was the one? Hey, lover boy. Remember when they were
How do you call your lover boy?
lip syncing that one?
I simply say.
What was that?
I simply say, baby.
Oh, yeah.
My sweet baby.
Here you go. We have the list.
Do you remember the Dirty Dancing tour that happened?
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Be My Baby, Hungry Eyes, Stay. Oh, from the Zodiacs. Oh.
Is that?
Oh, won't you stay? Jesus Christ. And then it says yes. There were more songs in this.
What's yes? Wait, what's yes?
I don't know. But it was by Mary Clayton. So
I was in 7th grade when that movie came out, and I remember kids on the bus listening to that record because it was so popular, and it was such a resurgence for that type of music, for that style of music, and for that age of music.
Well, really,
that they put out a second record.
The Big Chill was, I think
similar.
Two years prior to that, and that, I mean, that was an entire summer that I lived off of that soundtrack.
So we're looking at the track listing here for Dirty Dancing. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Was that it?
No.
Different
I
one?
wanna know
if you feel
Overload. Don't know that one. Off the title. I'm sure we know every single one of these songs. Love is Strange. I think that's the one, Kathy. Hey, lover boy.
Okay.
Why don't you come over here, little...
Hey, boy. My name is Man-Thing. Why don't you come over here and let's dance? Baby. I'm dirty dancing all over your face.
Just try not to move.
Don't move, this hurts.
Now do the lift.
We're filthy dancing. I'll lift you up.
Remember that remake?
A day after the season 13 finale of America's Got Talent, finalist Michael Ketterer was arrested for domestic violence.
Whoa.
Well, it shows the system works because he only came in 5th place.
Well, what did he do? Was he a singer or what?
He packed luggage.
No, I don't know. Michael Ketterer is his
think he was
name,
a
and
singer.
I don't know what he did. We're looking at a picture of him with his arms open at a microphone, so that leads to believe that he
He
may
did a
have
John
been
McCain impression.
a singer and impersonated John McCain. So those are the two things you can clearly get from this photograph here.
He's going to be playing a Vegas casino.
It's uncanny.
Yeah.
He just does John McCain and that's it?
Yeah.
What would it be like if John McCain sang the songbook of Air Supply?
A loving tribute to
To one of our nation's heroes and the kings of soft rock.
I don't even have any air supply.
One of our nation's heroes. You're probably doing
so
here.
lost without you.
I'm sorry. That was that.
I knew you were right for leaving me so long.
Very specific talent.
It was the greatest John McCain Air Supply show I've ever seen.
And I'm bringing back my whole family. It's patriotic and it's romantic.
All right. So anyhow, I guess he was a singer and a John McCain impersonator. This is a student pilot.
Yes.
And I have not heard this yet.
Student pilot is soloing for the first time. So they've got their lessons, and now they're going to take it up and fly it by themselves.
Yeah, so she spent many hours training.
Yes.
And ready for her solo flight. And
upon takeoff, she's in flight, and they notice one of her wheels, it's fixed wheels, has fallen off.
Okay.
The aircraft.
We have the audio of this, and I haven't heard it yet.
Maggie, this is John. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Okay, you're doing a great job flying the airplane. Keep doing what you're doing. We got plenty of time. You got plenty of fuel. We got plenty of daylight. So just try to relax. And you always heard me say go back to basics. So we're going to work the basics here as much as possible, okay? Keep everything as normal as you can.
All right.
Okay. Oh, my God. I'm choked up listening to this.
Seriously, I'm tearing up.
He's a calming voice, though. That's somebody I would want to speak to on the other end.
Beautiful job, Maggie. You got a whole bunch of people clapping for you up here.
She landed.
Great work. Thank you.
Good job, Maggie.
Excellent job.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. I was nervous. Listen, I love flying in those small aircraft. It's really exciting.
It's awesome.
There's no way. And I have flown one. I told you my wife's uncle let me fly over Sweden, and I held the, I took control of the plane for at least an hour by myself. He was right next to me and had controls as well. But the idea of landing or taking off or anything like that, no,
here's what I would do, okay? What you did, I would have the Fisher-priced wheel.
Oh, just to protect?
Sit there like Maggie does with the dry. And that's how I do it.
Oh, after I rode on the Avatar ride down in Disney World last year.
They gave you a pilot's license?
You became a pilot?
No, but
He's
you
an
fly.
astronaut now.
All right, do me a favor. All right, I want you to calm down. It's like we've done many times on Pandora. All right? What's your name? Casey. Casey, okay. We're going to fly right by. You're going to see a whole bunch of floating boulders. You've seen it many times before. All right? All right? Is your ponytail attached to your bird of prey? It is? Okay.
We're going through the flying boulder field.
That's all it is. We're just floating boulders.
But after riding that ride.
Viewers of the American reality series The Bachelor are often told to buckle up for the most dramatic rose ceremony ever.
I love you.
But now the show's Vietnamese version has actually delivered on this. And I watched it.
Yeah?
And so it's the same. It's with this corny music. It's the whole, the difference is they're just speaking a different language. But it's, is that I love you?
I don't know what I love you is in Vietnamese.
No, but I like the delivery. So in this clip that has gone viral now, a contestant vying for the heart of Bachelor, his name is Nguyen Quoc Trong.
I am Bachelor.
Shocks viewers when she confesses her love for another contestant.
Oh my God!
Ooh.
She's a lesbian.
So that's never happened before. So you've had, a girl fall in love with another contestant,
Sexy,
as opposed to The Bachelor. So
it's okay.
She tells
it's all right.
She tells Trung in a video, "I went into this competition to find love." Her name is Min Thu. And she tearfully tells him, "But I've found love for myself, but it isn't you, it's someone else." Thu then walks over to contestant Truc Nhu.
Don't you do advertisements for that?
No, that's WMMR. It's Everything That Rocks, Preston and Steve Show. Not a great day weather-wise. Certainly not summer-like like we've experienced recently, but today's high, only about 53 degrees, and we do have moments of showers, maybe even some thunderstorms. We'll see. No, that's not a little lightning thing. That's just a little raindroppy thing. That's how I determine what
little
the forecast
raindroppy
is, by the little little graphics that they put up. So rain off and on today. Tomorrow, cloudy, high of about 66.
So this looks like what we're going to get for the most of today, correct?
Yeah. And then rain on Sunday as well, mid-60s. But for the big climb, Nick, it looks like you guys are looking solid for tomorrow.
That's great. I'm going to get there around 8:30 or so tomorrow. It's at Lincoln Financial Field. I've been promoting it for a little while, but it's a Big Climb Philly for Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. And MMR is going to be there as well. And our climb itself starts at 10 a.m. So I think, Preston, it's gonna we're going to be able to, do okay weather-wise.
Yeah.
And it's just a really fun event. And the Link is a terrific host. So if you want to come and join us, we're still looking for team members. If you want to make a donation, you can do that on PrestonandSteve.com, WMMR.com. All the information's there. Just email me and I'll get it to you.
Nice.
But 10 a.m. tomorrow morning at the Link.
A couple of text messages I want to acknowledge. It says, hey, guys, happy Friday. Can you tell me who won the coolest teacher from Penridge? My kids went to school there, and we are curious. Thanks. Have a great day. That ended up being Tammy Rismiller, and she was really cool. We had her on this morning. She was very, very excited about winning. So it was she goes by Riz, or now Riz, I guess.
Yes.
So you congratulate her. And the next school up for is Lenape High School in Medford, New Jersey.
If you go to PrestonandSteve.com and click on the coolest teacher page, we actually have a list of every single coolest teacher going back to 2013.
That's excellent.
Was the very first year that we did it. So lots of teachers there.
Marissa, there could be people who won and never knew.
Well, and then,
Yeah.
they never called in. No, remember the guy the other day said that he won and then he learned everything he knew from the old coolest teacher from that school?
Yep.
Legacy.
Last name, Rizmilla. No!
You will not let you go. Let you go.
Rizmilla.
I wish we would have had that when we were on earlier this morning. All right, another text message says, hey, bitches, got my skin cancer surgery on Wednesday. I look pretty rough. Hopefully the scar will heal, but most important thing is that the skin cancer is gone.
Hey!
Have a great Friday and no sad bro. Have a wonderful weekend. Love, Mary from Mount Laurel.
Aww.
Hey, bitches. Hey, what?
Yeah, I love that.
Oh, they recorded some stuff?
Yes.
Oh, hang on. Let's get another one. Give me, no sad bro.
No sad bro.
Beautiful.
I
Sarah
love that.
and Hannah from Don McCluskey's band. I love it.
Yeah, Zooks.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Wait, I really liked, let me hear Totally Presbo, if you don't mind, Case.
Wait, I'm hitting the wrong button. There you go.
Totally Presbo.
Oh,
Yep,
man.
it's perfect. We got to use that.
Yep. All right, we need to do some other things. Lesson question. We are going to give away right now a Philadelphia signature bottomless mimosa brunch cruise for two. That's aboard the Spirit of Philadelphia. And the question I think I got to go with is, what was the original name for I Want to Hold Your Hand? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you heard that earlier this morning. What was the original name for the song I Want to Hold Your Hand? 215-263-WMMR. Do you know? Well, then you should call. We'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Rita's. Head to Rita's to try their brand new Oreo frozen coffee. Rita's takes their cold brew frozen coffee and blends it with delicious Oreo cookie pieces. It's the perfect pick-me-up. Be cool, eat a Rita's. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, fans of The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills getting rocked by the news that Doris Kelsey and her husband PK are getting divorced. Said PK, quote, I fell in love with this woman that was 65% plastic and filler only to find out she was a fake.
Hey!
A full-out brawl erupted during the screening of the new Garfield movie in a theater in Spain. Apparently, the tense situation boiled over when one group suggested that Garfield didn't actually love lasagna, but would select it when presented with a limited option.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Kendall Jenner admitting that she loves her child-free lifestyle so much and is not really thinking about having kids. Still, Jenner does admit that she has a notebook full of very stupid names ready to go.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to this question. What was the original name for I Want to Hold Your Hand? 215-263-WMMR is the number. And we will go to Jeff. Hi, Jeff. Good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. You, Jeff. Okay, so do we have a Gadzooks?
Oh, yeah. It's right there.
Yeah, hang on a second here, Jeff. I want to do this.
Gadzooks.
There we go. All right, Jeff. And no, we're not going to do that every time people call in. What is the original title for I Want to Hold Your Hand?
I want to hold your foot.
Yes. Yep. Hang on, Jeff. Got yourself a Philadelphia signature bottomless mimosa brunch cruise for two aboard the Spirit of Philadelphia. Board the Spirit of Philadelphia for the best bubbly brunch in the city. Enjoy a delicious chef-prepared buffet, bottomless mimosas, and DJ entertainment. And you can enjoy city landmarks like the Ben Franklin Bridge from your reserved table, the dance floor, or the roof deck lounge.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Sports and Social at Live Casino. Phillies Fridays at Sports and Social Philly. Every Friday, home game. Enjoy free caricature drawings, Budweiser specials, giveaways, memorabilia. And more. Not charcuterie drawings. You can visit, sportssocialphilly.com. I just had Nick go and run this. I just printed this story up, so I haven't had a chance to go through all of the details. But I saw this earlier, and I forgot to have it ready. But Brian Wilson, the Beach Boys, was placed under conservatorship yesterday, more than 3 months after the death of his wife, Melinda Wilson, who was his primary caregiver.
I had a feeling that this would precipitate a downward slide.
Wilson's publicist, Gene Sievers, and business manager Leanne Hard were appointed as the conservators. Hard is also the trustee of the estate of the singer and musical innovator who has dementia. The February petition seeking the conservatorship stated that Sievers and Hard have had a close relationship with Mr. and Mrs. Wilson for many years, and Mr. Wilson trusts them. So it was approved, and they got that whole thing.
So I saw a documentary,
underway.
I think I mentioned it to you, Preston, about 2-3 years ago. And it was Brian Wilson. He obviously, people that he trusts, he holds close. And there's a former music critic who has become a dear friend of his. And so they actually just got in the car. And this is Brian Wilson was asking about doing this. And they drove around to all of the locations in California where they grew up as brothers. And it was an amazing thing to see Brian Wilson responding favorably, and in some cases pulling up on a location and saying, "I can't do this. I can't do this." So he's in a very fragile state. So I'm glad there's somebody who's looking out for him.
The petition stated that Wilson has been taking medication for dementia and is incapable of self-administering medicine and sticking to his medication schedule. His psychiatrist said in a declaration that Wilson has major impairments in information processing and alertness. So,
you know what I listened to about 6 times in a row last night, a Beach Boys song, which I just love, Sail on Sailor.
I don't know
that one.
Do you know that, Nick?
No, I don't. I want to look
See
it
if
up,
it's in
though.
the system. It's an atypical Beach Boys song, and I think you'll recognize it if you hear it, if it's in their case. Yeah.
He's looking for it, but
We don't have it.
It's a great one, but it's just a really sort of anthemic song that doesn't get enough attention. God damn it!
Korn have officially launched their second collection of merchandise in collaboration with Adidas, revealing a diverse array of items, including shoes, socks, shirts, and even sequin tracksuit.
Tracksuit.
Inspired by Jonathan Davis's iconic outfit from the 1998 music video for Got the Life. You can pre-order the merch now through the Adidas mobile app, and which is set to be released to the general public May 15th. Rumors of a second Korn Adidas crossover collection has surfaced last month. At first surfaced last month with reports indicating that a third collection featuring an Adidas Superstar shoe with interchangeable stripes and a reversible tracksuit is planned for release in October.
I would like a whole outfit actually made out of corn stalks.
Out of corn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An Adidas tracksuit made out of corn stalks.
That's a great idea. Music lovers at London's iconic Brixton Academy got a huge surprise Tuesday night when the Black Keys invited Noel Gallagher on stage with them.
Wow.
And played a couple songs.
I don't want to do it.
The venue reopened on April 19th after being closed for 16 months following a tragic incident in 2022 where 2 people died in a crush caused by ticketless fans trying to force their way into Afrobeat star Asaki's sold-out show. Flash forward, Brixton has since reopened, and while attending the first of 3 shows by the Black Keys this week, fans were treated to the Oasis musician who guested on encore tracks Only Love Matters and On the Game from their recently released Ohio Players album. Why would he do that? Well, it just so happens that those two songs were co-written with Gallagher and London's Toe Rag Studios.
The comedian?
No.
No,
Noel Gallagher.
Of course.
Okay, yes.
What's this song, Sledge-matic?
Guitarist Gibson Custom has collaborated with guitarist Slash to create a limited collector's edition 1963 ES335. Aged by the Murphy Lab to match Slash's original guitar that inspired his latest solo album, Orgy of the Damned, there are only 50 hand-signed guitars available through the Gibson Garage Nashville. Alongside an exclusive VIP live performance with Slash's summer, buyers will receive a rare assembly of case candy, including a signed copy of the new album, a signed copy of the collection Slash Coffee Table Book, and a certificate of authenticity. I've never heard case candy before.
Reese's Pieces.
As well as 2 tickets to attend an intimate evening with Slash and friends at the Gibson Garage Nashville on June 30th. One last story. Ghost has released the first teaser trailer for their upcoming concert film, Right Here, Right Now. Filmed at Ghost's 2 sold-out shows at Los Angeles' Kia Forum, the film shows off not only the musical, but the theatrical talents of one of the biggest rock bands in the world. The film will premiere in...
Are you scared of ghosts?
In cinemas worldwide.
Does they make you pee-pee in your panties?
June 20th and 22nd, with the official 18-song soundtrack available July 26th, by the way. I was thinking about that when we had seen video of him in Camden.
Yeah.
And he was going, is this in the Filet or is this in Camden? I don't really know.
Where is donkeys?
Yeah, and really the antithesis of his character, which is brooding,
larger than life,
terrifying. And
where is your Wawa?
all right, and that is what I have in music news for you this morning. Is this event coming up, Nick? Is that why you have this up?
I don't know. Marissa pulled it up.
Marissa set sail. The Spirit of Philadelphia celebrates 40 years.
Oh, yeah. I just posted some photos. We gave away bottomless mimosa brunch.
Yes, which is going to be amazing.
On the Spirit of Philadelphia for lesson question. And so I posted these photos and some unexpected cleavage that I didn't realize I had until I started editing the photos.
Right at the very front there, on the opening page.
PrestonandSteve.com, WMR.com. I was there with my friend and podcast host, Feeding Time.
Nice. All right, and also coming to the website soon will be pictures and video from Keenan's in our Memorial Day live broadcast. And I have right here to give away a reserved booth and a cut the line pass for you and 3 guests at the event. We'll give you a bucket of Coors Light for your table, and we'll give you a case of Coors Light for your beach house. And all you have to do is be caller 25.
It's going to be great.
You have to be at least 21 years of age, and you got to be available to go May 24th, that Friday morning. You go down the night before. You're going to need to because we start super early, and we want you to be there. The whole thing is from Coors Light Choose Chill. So caller number 25 at 215-263 WMMR, and you will get this exclusive prize. You can go to WMMR.com for another chance to win this prize, and you'll want to do that. If you're already making plans to come and join us, why not give that a shot, all right? We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. We will wrap up the show and give away our Word of the Week prize when we return.
Fuck you.
Oh, okay.
Selling for less.
I'm like, what? For less, Jack. Del Toyota, man. No, not truck you. Truck.
Tomorrow night on the Vietnamese Bachelor, truck you.
Truck you.
Jack, sell him for less.
Jack, sell him for less.
I love you. I met the Jack. Truck you.
Okay.
Who is holding a rose from Trung. And Thu asks New, come home
what you
with
gonna
me.
do?
She says, come home with me, yeah? New then heads back to stand before Trunk. She says, I'm sorry. I really want to get to know you because you're someone who made me feel special, and I haven't felt that way in a long time.
I tell you what, the bachelorettes on this show are
they're gorgeous.
Quite stunning.
Yeah, the Bachelor weighs in asking you, if you decide this, would you feel regretful? This doesn't change my decision, he tells her.
Are you going to sell them for less?
I'm not going to give this rose to anyone else. Truck.
Sell them for less. Where's that voice coming from?
You only get one chance in this life, and you need to take it. Only you.
Who's Jack?
Not anyone else. I want to let you know that I think you'll have regret if you continue with what you're about to say.
Wow.
So the show's host chimes in, telling Truck New.
Sell them for less.
Jack, no.
Sell them for less.
Says you have a connection with Trung that made him choose you. You should give yourself a chance. Don't pass it up. But New seems to have made up her mind and gives him back the rose. She said, I know you'll find somebody who really loves you, who understands you, who knows how to take care of you, who can look at you from afar and know how you're feeling. I'm sorry. And then the two women left together. But that's not how it ended.
Oh, really?
What happened?
Truck New decided to return after...
I can never sell them for less. My heart is broken, and I have no inventory at this time.
You know what else I noticed?
Ooh.
Notice more things.
I noticed that
Not just product renaming.
the Cold War
The Cold War. CW.
could have been a world war.
TCW.
But a cache of Soviet jokes that was compiled by CIA agents during the Cold War has been released among a cache of declassified documents.
Soviet jokes designed for what purpose?
It's hard to say because they mainly make fun of the Soviet Union. So all the jokes were told between Soviets, but picked up by CIA operatives before being relayed back to Washington. So,
do we believe that perhaps it were American operatives and spies to be armed with these jokes? It might be a way of sort of ingratiating themselves to, in other words, if you could tell a funny Soviet joke to another person.
They're not clear on what the purpose
or was
of this
it for their
I think it was just them.
Soviet review.
It was just part of the gigantic lists of stuff that they have at the CIA.
There's a lot of Yakov Smirnoff stuff here, right?
The list was addressed to the deputy director of the CIA, but is believed to have been circulated among senior White House officials. One joke featuring Ronald Reagan made it to the president's desk, and he found it so funny that he began to use it himself.
That's the goddamn funniest thing I've ever heard.
So here, you want to hear the joke?
Please, tell me. Tell me, Mommy.
An American tells a Russian that the United States is so free that he can stand in front of the White House and yell, "To hell with Ronald Reagan." And the Russian replies, "That's nothing. I can stand in front of the Kremlin and yell, 'To hell with Ronald Reagan,' too."
I don't get it.
Oh, yeah!
Did you say penis? I must have missed it.
No.
You said it was a dirty joke.
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
Oh, yes, you did. What?
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
You said it was filthy.
I think the Alzheimer's is kicking in, Ronnie.
God damn it.
Yep.
Where are my jelly beans?
It is not known exactly why the CIA began doing this.
It wasn't filthy.
Though since there were no polls in Soviet Russia, it could have been a good way for agents to judge public mood towards politicians and the government.
Why did chicken cross road?
Why?
To escape the extreme starvation caused by Stalin.
One particular figure of fun was Mikhail Gorbachev.
Why do I have stain on head?
The last leader of the Soviet Union who worked to end the Cold War by reforming the USSR. While this made him popular overseas, he was often reviled at home, as revealed by this joke, which tells of a man waiting in line at a liquor store.
Tell the joke.
A worker standing at a liquor store line says, I have had enough. Save my place. I'm going to go shoot Gorbachev. 2 hours later, he returns to claim his place in line, and his friends asked, "Did you get him?" He said, "No, the line there was even longer than the line here."
That is a good one. It's very funny.
Another joke compares Gorbachev to...
You know, maybe you don't laugh at the same kind of jokes or something, but... you told me that Gorbachev line joke and it wasn't funny. But I have one for you. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
I don't think you told that correctly.
Shut up.
So Stalin.
I'm going home.
Stalin was also.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Stay in your seats or you'll all be shot. He's funny, yes? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
You will starve in gulag.
I'm here all Zavik.
I would say try Seville, but there is no veal. Try cannibalism as we starve out all of the population in Siberia because of extreme poverty caused by Stalin. Thanks for coming. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
They murdered my wife.
That's sad.
Yeah, but if you think about it, she was nagging.
It's a way Homer.
Have you heard the banana joke?
Heard funny joke from Rocky. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Or two.
Banana.
Oh, God. Oh. Well, these are CIA files.
Hey, I am having literally to hold stomach from pain of laughing.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I noticed that, and I figured we might have
Notice the Soviet humor.
Para-Olympian Danielle Umstead.
She's blind, right?
I don't know.
I believe she's a blind skier, Preston.
No, that's impossible.
That's what they said.
Shut up.
Check it out.
Okay,
Nick.
you got to look this up. Danielle, spelled Danelle, Umstead.
And I think, unless I miss my guess, she has no torso.
Oh, okay. Well, that might be it.
Just her head.
Everything
on
is
her
connected
hips.
with pipe cleaners.
A blind skier?
Is that what it says? Am I right?
Well, I don't know. Nick's looking it up. I'm just curious. Is there a Wikipedia page?
Oh, she's a deaf gurner.
She makes the ugly faces, but can't hear anybody laughing. Oh, that's sad.
It's wrong.
Let's see what it says here. She is a skier and visually impaired.
Visually impaired.
She's full-blown blind.
Is she full-blown blind?
Well, I saw her, and on a small pair of skis next to her was a dog.
MMR, some Tom Petty to wrap musically the Preston and Steve show on this Friday morning. No sad bro, by the way. It is 10:45. And today has been a very, very fun day and a great way to end the work week. A couple of reminders before we head off, and we'll do the letter of the day in just a moment or two. Lenape High School in Medford, New Jersey. You guys are voting for coolest teacher, and you have the weekend to do that. Jackie Bam Bam went to high school there. And you can vote for this. It's easy. Just text the word teacher to 39333. And then on Monday morning, we'll find out who the winner is. Again, congratulations to Tammy Riz Miller from Penridge. Because she was the coolest teacher there, which is very excited about that, too. Thank you to Don McCluskey and Sarah B. and Hannah Taylor.
Yeah.
They came by from Don McCluskey's band, and the gals were nice enough to play along with us, and they were our backup singers this morning.
And we got a recording of them.
We did. We had a couple of things that they sang for us. Hang on. This was a good one. Hang on. This wasn't singing. They just said this.
I said, bitch.
Which other ones? Hang on a second here.
You're a crumb bum.
Oh, that's
good.
Back off, poor child. Seriously.
I laughed over. Could you do that again?
Yeah, hang on.
Back off, poor child. Seriously.
Seriously.
That's
The
good.
S is on there.
Totally press boo.
So we've got all kinds of stuff there. No Sad Bro is a good one, I think. Here.
No sad bro.
They are playing Brooklyn Bowl tomorrow night, and you should go to the show. So much fun. These guys are filled with energy and good times, and it'll be tomorrow night. You can go to brooklynbowl.com/Philadelphia or go to PrestonandSteve.com. I'm sure they have the information up on there. And also thank you to Kevin Nealon.
Yeah.
Kevin was excellent. We had a great 40-minute conversation with him, and talking about his movies and Saturday Night Live and just his life and everything. He's just a cool, easy guy to talk to.
Terrific, yeah.
Super nice. He's going to be at Helium. He has 2 shows each, this tonight and tomorrow night. And you can go to heliumcomedy.com to get those tickets.
Freaking Kevin Nealon, you know, contemporary of us, Steve Martin and all those guys. You want to see, state-of-the-art stand-up. That's him.
And you should see his artwork.
Yeah.
I had no idea what a talented artist he is. He does caricatures, but he does them in a very realistic way.
Yeah.
Very, very impressive stuff. So we were happy to have him come by. All right, letter of the day. Ready, Case? All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. All right, and the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
P as in?
Peoples is peoples.
All right, we'll take caller number 8 at 215-263 WMMR. You're going to need to know the word in order to get the prize. So please call right about now. Nick, you can hit that big climb one more time.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah, tomorrow morning, I'll be there at about 8:30, Lincoln Financial Field. Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, Big Climb Philly. We're looking for team participants. We're looking for volunteers. We're looking for donations. It's a fundraiser for a wonderful charitable organization, and we'll be climbing as a part of Team Luke. But we're going to be at the link all morning, and if you want to join us, all that information is up on WMMR.com, PrestonSteve.com, and love to see you.
Nice. And a reminder that Good Money It is wrapping up today. So if you have not won $1,000 yet, you have 3 more chances. Pierre's going to have your next one coming up at noon. So be paying attention. Be ready for that because he'll give you the keyword and tell you how to enter that. And we also want to remind you that we've got 2 weeks from today until we do Eggs with Peg and Keenan's Irish Pub, their 25th anniversary as an establishment. And we'd love for you to be there, especially if you've never done it before.
Yeah.
Get ready to join us, okay? So it's
newbies.
2 weeks from today that we will be doing this once again. All right, we're looking for the word of the week, and it was caller number 8. This is Brian who is in. Hi, Brian. Morning, bud.
Good morning.
All right, Brian, what's the word of the week?
Creep.
Creep. Crumb creep. Absolutely. Brian, so we are going to give you a 4-pack of tickets to your choice of these 3 concerts. You don't have to choose right now, but you will have to choose, and you can talk to our promotions department. But they're part of Live Nation's Concert Week, so you're either going to go to see KG Elephant, Daryl Hall, Elvis Costello, or Incubus, but you get 4 tickets to one of those shows. All right, my man?
Thank you. That's awesome. I'm
Excellent.
so excited.
You're a creep.
All right, hang on, creep. We'll get you
You're
information.
a creep.
We'll set you up. And don't forget, Concert Week is here. You can get $25 tickets to many of the area's summer concerts for 1 week only, on sale now through the 14th. And you can go to livenation.com, Concert Week, for tickets and information, by the way. Thank you to Marissa for filling in for Kathy today. She's a little under the weather. And
Feel better.
Hopefully she'll be back on Monday. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston Steve's brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Also brought to you by Horizon Services. Book your expert AC tune-up today to avoid costly summer breakdowns. Horizon Services, help is on the way. And also Trinity Rehab with locations all over. That's trinity-rehab.com. Next week on the program, Sebastian Bach will be getting in touch with us. John Oates will be on the show. Comedian Ian Bagg in the studio. And also May Pang, who was John Lennon and Yoko Ono's friend and lover.
That's right.
Who we spoke to before, has amazing stories. She is going to be stopping by the studio, too.
It's pretty cool.
And we'll add a few other things to that as we go along. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a fantastic weekend. And we'll see you later, friend. Bye-bye.